Chapter 42:42. At this moment, he didn't know if the Azure Wave Saint Sun was still alive. But even if he was, he would definitely feel very uncomfortable. Shin Xiang knew that the Azure Wave Saint Sun wouldn't have a good ending. Since the other party had admitted defeat, Long Miao Miao didn't continue. After all, she had used a lot of force just now and ensured that the Azure Wave Saint Sun was crippled. After Long Miao Miao stopped, the battle had already ended. Then, the other party's elders all rushed in. Long Miao Miao coldly glanced at the Skyless Saintess, then put on her mask and walked back to Shin Xiang's side. At this moment, everyone was incomparably shocked. Long Miao Miao was only at the peak of the Saint Lord realm, but she had defeated the Azure Wave Saint Sun, who was also at the peak of the Saint Lord realm, so easily. Yes, Long Miao Miao had only casually attacked a few times, but the Azure Wave Saint Sun had actually been reduced to such a miserable state. At this moment, the people from the All Heavens Hall and Skyless Divine Palace were unable to remain calm. The Saint Lords sent by the Saint Dan Institute and the Rune Institute had actually displayed such shocking strength. Seeing Long Miao Miao's strength, the people from the Saint Dan Institute and the Rune Institute were all excited to death. They naturally knew that old fellows like Du Hai and Wang Tianwen wouldn't be able to recruit a beauty like Long Miao Miao. Only their eldest senior brother, Shin Xiang, could call for such a powerful and good-looking helper. At this moment, the disciples of the Saint Dan Institute and the Rune Institute admired Shin Xiang even more. They all praised Shin Xiang in their hearts. Fu Yuanyuan and Ku Yaming were even more stunned. They didn't expect this big sister to be so powerful. However, they had only seen Bai Jinjin and Long Shui before, but not Long Miao Miao. Long Miao Miao seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. However, they all suspected that Long Miao Miao might be a good friend of Long Shui and Bai Jinjin. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so powerful. Let me fight the second round. A woman walked out. She was quite beautiful, but she didn't appear very gorgeous. Especially beside the Skyless Saintess, she became extremely dim, causing many people to overlook her. It's the Saint Mysterious Star Sex Saintess. Someone said in a low voice. Xianxing Saintess and Wu Tian Saintess were both women. Although Xianxing Saintess respected Wu Tian Saintess on the surface, she secretly hated her to death. Skyless Saintess was the same. Women like them would definitely hate each other and would not tolerate each other. But on the surface, their relationship was very good. Let me do it, Long Shui said in a low voice. This time the Sacred Pill Institute and Talisman Formation Institute had sent out women as well. Moreover, they wore masks as well. Long Shui would never reveal her true face, no matter what was said to provoke her. After witnessing Long Miao Miao's stunning appearance, everyone was eager to see what Long Shui looked like. However, Long Shui appeared to be very calm. He was unmoved by the voices outside the stage. Jinjin, is this Xuanqing Saintess your enemy? Shen Xiang asked Bai Jinjin via voice transmission. He remembered that these saints and saintesses had once joined forces to besiege Bai Jinjin. I am not too sure, but she participated in the besieging of me. At the same time, she secretly informed me. Bai Jinjin replied via voice transmission. I've already asked Sister Shui to hold back. The current Bai Jinjin was also unable to figure out what the Xuanqing Saintess looked like. After she was besieged, she had never contacted the Xuanqing Saintess again. Moreover, she did not dare to look for her again for fear of being set up. Perhaps she besieged you because she had no choice? Shin Xiang said. Since she informed you, she should have some friendship with you, right? Bai Jinjin nodded lightly. That's why I asked Sister Shui to hold back. Xianxing Saintess looked at Long Shui calmly and said softly, Come on. Long Shui immediately attacked. She did not directly rush over. Instead, she formed a translucent Dao Yuan sacred force from afar. She was currently trying her best to conceal the dragon qi in her Dao Yuan sacred force. Although she concealed it, she could still sense it a little. However, others would not suspect that she was a dragon. They would only think that she cultivated a dragon attribute cultivation technique. Previously, the Kanglin saint was like this. However, Long Xue's dragon qi was purer, especially when facing it at close range. It could be more clearly felt. Therefore, the Xuanqing saintess was very shocked. She was also someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. She immediately felt that Long Xue was very dangerous. Therefore, she quickly avoided Long Xue's attack and retreated far away. At this moment, the Xuanqing saintess was like a mouse that had encountered a cat. She was so scared that she trembled. She only felt that it was inconceivable. Previously, Long Miao Miao had used such a powerful dragon attribute, fist technique. Now, the woman in front of her had such a pure dragon qi. Chapter 42-43. Shen Xiang had already told Bai Jinjin and the others that he would personally go up to fight the heavenless saintess. They were only a little worried, but they didn't have any objections. Even if Shen Xiang lost, Bai Jinjin would be able to turn the tables around. Du Hai didn't say anything. He also believed in Shen Xiang's strength. After all, this kind of gambling match was no small matter. Shen Xiang definitely wouldn't play around in this kind of match. Seeing Shen Xiang go up, the heavenless saintess was also very shocked. In her eyes, Shen Xiang was a good-looking pill talisman genius, but in terms of battle, he was definitely a weakling. A pill talisman genius would definitely be studying pills and runes on a daily basis. How could he have the time to cultivate a battle technique? Shen Xiang wasn't some old monster. When he was tested for age, he was clearly only 14 years old. He was just a youth. A pill talisman genius. Youth only had a little time. It was impossible for him to find time to cultivate a battle technique. Besides, combat also required experience. Which of the saintess or holy son that had gone up before hadn't been battle-hardened? At such a young age, they had never experienced any battles. How could they have grasped such profound battle techniques? Even the Sacred Dan Institute and the Rune Institute were puzzled by Shen Xiang's appearance. They thought that it would be Bai Jinjin's turn next. In everyone's eyes, Bai Jinjin's strength was definitely as strong as Long Xue and Long Miao Miao. "Are you serious?" An elder from the Heavenless Divine Palace said. "This is your pill, talisman genius. Aren't you afraid of knocking him down?" "Of course we're serious," Du Hai said. The Heavenless Divine Palace, All Heaven Palace, Combat Institute, and Punishment Institution were all shocked and excited. However, when they thought about it carefully, they realized that a pill talisman genius like Shen Xiang was someone that the old fellows were eager to protect. Why would they send him to his death? Furthermore, he was facing such a powerful heavenless saintess. With the heavenless saintess's strength, she could easily send Shen Xiang away with a few moves. Soon, everyone thought that the Shen Xiang in front of them was a fake. Maybe he was a master in disguise, just to make the other party lower their guard. "Humph, your methods are really dirty. This Shen Xiang is definitely a fake. He just wants us to underestimate him so that he can sneak attack us." Too immoral, Dean Zhan scolded. "Test her cultivation." Du Hai didn't say anything else and sent someone to test the Heavenless Saintess's cultivation. After the test, the Heavenless Saintess was indeed at the peak of the Saint Lord realm. Meanwhile, Shen Xiang's cultivation was at the great circle of the Sacred Master realm. Just now, Heavenless Divine Palace had actually pretended to take out a testing device to test Shen Xiang's age. He was actually 14 years old. Then the young man in front of him should be the real Shen Xiang. However, everyone remembered that he was only at the Great Saint stage previously. How did he soar to the great circle of the Sacred Master Realm? Even the disciples of All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace found it hard to believe. However, they remembered that they had been collecting Saint Energy origin pills previously. Could it be that they were for Shen Xiang? The All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace were also facing a lot of pressure. Even if the Heavenless Saintess won this round, what about the next round? The Alchemy and Talisman Institute still had Bai Jinjin. Such a mysterious and powerful woman should be at the same level of strength. I understand now. The Sacred Elixir Institute pushed Shen Xiang out to wear out the Heavenless Saintess. According to the rules, each person can only fight one round and can't fight twice. Suddenly, someone said. Many people also thought of this point. Next, it was time to see how the Heavenless Divine Palace and All Heaven's Palace would deal with it. The elders of these two forces looked very calm at this moment. The people from the Combat Institute and the Punishment Institution were the same. It was obvious that they still had some tricks up their sleeves. Shen Xiang immediately knew that they were betting everything on the Heavenless Saintess. If the Heavenless Saintess won this round, they would use some methods to change the Heavenless Saintess's appearance and body. Then they would use some methods to bypass all kinds of testing devices. Du Hai and Wang Tianwen also thought of this, so they secretly contacted each other to prepare better testing devices. They wanted to make sure that the Heavenless Saintess couldn't use other methods to enter the arena a second time. Shen Xiang couldn't tell if the Heavenless Saintess had a spiritual endowment. He could only confirm it by capturing her soul and studying it carefully. Chapter 40-44. The battle began. Heavenless Saintess immediately rushed over and used her fastest speed to appear in front of Shen Xiang in an instant. She raised her hand and slapped Shen Xiang's face with lightning speed. The strength of this palm was not light, but everyone could tell that she was holding back. No one knew why she was holding back. If an ordinary Great Perfection Saint Master was hit by her palm, their entire head would have been chopped off. Even if she was being lenient right now when this palm went over, even if it was a peak-level sacred expert, they would still be half crippled. However, when Heavenless Saintess's palm landed on Shen Xiang's head, it actually passed through. It was as if her palm had landed on an illusory figure. Yes, that was just an illusion that Shen Xiang had just released. The real Shen Xiang had already hidden himself. Shen Xiang was actually able to escape from Heavenless Saintess's fast speed and even use such a powerful technique. Shen Xiang's move caused countless jaws to drop. Heavenless Saintess herself was also very shocked. She was actually unable to sense where Shen Xiang had gone. Just as she was concentrating, Shen Xiang suddenly appeared behind her. He did not release any Daoyuan holy force, nor did he use the gorgeous technique that Long Shuai and Long Miao Miao had used before. After he appeared, he punched towards Heavenless Saintess's back. On the surface, there was not a single bit of Daoyuan holy force seeping out, but the dense Daoyuan holy force within his body was condensed within his entire arm. Shen Xiang's body was already very strong to begin with, so he had accumulated a lot of Daoyuan holy force. Furthermore, they were all gathered within his arm. The saint crystal dust within the Daoyuan holy force rubbed against each other, erupting with even stronger energy. As Shen Xiang punched out, his fist landed on the back of Heavenless Saintess. At the same time, the suppressed Daoyuan holy power also burst out from his fist. Boom! Heavenless Saintess was sent flying forward, rolling a few times before landing on the ground. The cold and beautiful Saintess of Wutian was in a very sorry state. She was rolling on the ground like a dog. It was extremely embarrassing. The entire audience burst into an uproar of disbelief. Shen Xiang's sneak attack had actually succeeded, and he had even beaten the Heavenless Saintess into such a sorry state. Of course, when Shen Xiang punched out just now, he was also sent flying. He was also shocked because the Heavenless Saintess was much more powerful than he had imagined. He was planning to shatter the Dao origin crystal in Saintess Wutian's heart with a single punch. But he didn't expect that the location of Saintess Wutian's heart was so strong. It was possible that her entire heart had already turned into a Dao origin crystal. What made Shen Xiang feel the most incredulous was that the Heavenless Saintess was a dual-minded person. She had two Dao origin crystals, and they were both equally powerful. Heavenless Saintess's face was gloomy and cold. After she got up from the ground, she did not immediately attack Xinxiang, because she realized that Xinxiang's Tao origin holy power was so powerful that it was comparable to the peak of the Saint Monarch realm. Therefore, she secretly guessed that Xinxiang might also have 2 Tao origin crystals, which was why he was so powerful. I underestimated you before, Heavenless Saintess said. Now I'm going to be serious. Xinxiang was a little depressed. If this continued, it would be very difficult for him to win. Without the help of a divine weapon, it would be very difficult for him to take down a person like Heavenless Saintess, who had 2 Tao origin crystals. Heavenless Saintess herself. She was not an ordinary person, and she was at the peak of the Saint Monarch realm. Her strength was equivalent to 2 peak of the Saint Monarch realm, coupled with her mysterious and unfathomable soul. Xinxiang felt that it would be very difficult for him to win. Heavenless Saintess, if I were to tell everyone that I have a soul and that you want to take it for yourself, what do you think the Heavenless Divine Palace would think? Xinxiang suddenly sent a sound transmission to Heavenless Saintess. Chapter 40-45. Xinxiang was puzzled as he looked at Du Hai and the others. At this moment, the people from the Alchemy and Talisman colleges were all looking at Xinxiang in shock. Not only was Xinxiang proficient in alchemy and runes, but he also knew a taboo divine art. Taboo divine art? Then you're finished. The Great Kuan sect is completely finished. Ha ha ha. So what if you can obtain it? The elder of the combat college sneered. You should all know what a taboo divine art is, right? If you still want to protect this guy, then you're really finished. The punishment elder said, I advise you to hand over Xinxiang. It's best to let the All-Heaven Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace deal with him. Scram! Du Hai shouted coldly. The people from the Combat College and Punishment College didn't say anything else. They could only return to pack up and leave the Great Kuan sect. After all, they had lost the bet. We will be back. Just you wait. Fu Yuya was very unwilling. She had a very good chance of becoming the sect master of the Great Kuan sect. But now she had to leave the Great Kuan sect. Little Shen, follow me. Du Hai hurriedly left the plaza with the injured Xinxiang. Long Shuai, Bai Jinjin, and Long Miao Miao followed behind. Xinxiang was only severely injured on the surface and didn't have any internal injuries. He was just acting with the Heavenless Saintess. However, today's battle would make Xinxiang's reputation even greater. What kind of potential was this to be able to defeat the Heavenless Saintess, who was at the peak of the Sage Realm? This also meant that if he had the cultivation of the Sage Realm, he would be able to fight against a Saint King. Xinxiang was able to defeat the Heavenless Saintess because he used a taboo divine art. Therefore, the power of a taboo divine art was once again deeply recognized by everyone. This matter would definitely attract a lot of attention because taboo divine arts were forbidden to cultivate. The main reason was that taboo divine arts were extremely evil and vicious. Du Hai brought Xinxiang back to the Sacred Pill College and helped him recuperate in a room. Brother Xin, your battle with the Heavenless Saintess felt weird, Bai Jinjin said. She knew that Xinxiang wanted to obtain the Heavenless Saintess's soul, but she didn't ask if he had succeeded. That woman is very strong. She has dual Tao origin crystal. Xinxiang said, Jinjin, if you play, you will definitely be exposed. Fortunately, I didn't ask you to play. After all, she is the Saint Lady of Wutian. She must have some skills. Du Hai checked Xinxiang's body and said with a smile, Little Shen, you look fine. Of course I'm fine. I'm just pretending. Oh right, Grandpa Du, what's with the taboo divine skill? Xinxiang asked. How's your cultivation of the Azure Dragon divine art coming along? Why is it a taboo divine art? Long Shuai was also very puzzled, because this is the cultivation technique that the world-defying stage ancestor god cultivates. Legend has it that the world-defying stage ancestor god used this cultivation technique together with the green dragon demon slayer to slaughter more than half of the creatures in the entire world-defying stage universe. Du-hai sighed. Of course, this is definitely fake, just to make people hate and hate the world-defying stage ancestor god. Who spread this news? Shen Xiang had already thought of the Life, Soul 6 clans. I don't know. In short, that's how it's always been. However, after so many years, I haven't felt that half of the creatures in the world-defying stage universe have been massacred. Du-hai shook his head and laughed. So there's no need to take it to heart, they're just scaring us. Will nothing really happen? Shen Xiang did not believe that the Life Soul 6 clans did not leave behind any power in the sacred region. Furthermore, the mysterious Shin family seemed to be a transcendent existence. Nothing will happen, rest well, Du-hai said, then left the room. Young Master Shin, what are you afraid of? At most, you can just hide. You have the 6 realms mirrors, they can't do anything to you. Long Shui giggled. Rest well, when you recover, make us some delicious food. Long Shui knew about the Azure Dragon Divine Art, and she had even learned and improved from it. However, the original Azure Dragon Divine Art and the one that Shen Xiang had mastered and improved were already 2 completely different techniques. The 4-phase magic kung fu that Shen Xiang had learned and improved was only suitable for him to cultivate, so it was very difficult for him to pass it on to others. Elder brother Shin, don't worry, we'll protect you. Bai Jinjin also felt that it was nothing. I didn't take it to heart. I just feel that there will definitely be some fellows who will come looking for me. Shen Xiang laughed. All right, you guys go out first. I need to properly heal my injuries. Chapter 42-46. Big Sister Palace Master. Are you sure that the Shin family is going to the Great Kuan sect? Do you know what they are going to do? Shen Xiang did not expect that the appearance of the taboo magic would cause the Shin family to personally head to the Great Kuan sect. He was going to the Kanglan Sea City to see the Heavenless Saintess. Otherwise, he would have immediately turned around and returned to the Great Kuan sect. For the time being, I am unable to determine why they are going to the Great Kuan sect. I can only guess that they are going to the Great Kuan sect because of your use of the Azure Dragon Divine Art. They might also know that your surname is Shen and that you have used the Azure Dragon Divine Art, so they are interested in you. The mistress said, will they start a battle with the Great Kuan sect? Shen Xiang was more worried because the Shin family was very strong. If he offended the Shin family, it would be difficult for the Great Kuan sect to survive in the future. It shouldn't be. The Shen family is still quite reasonable. The mistress said it's all my fault. I forgot to remind young Master Shin not to use the divine art of 4 symbols. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. Big Sister Palace Master. The divine art of 4 symbols is a taboo magic. If I use it, will it really be that serious? Shen Xiang also wanted to know what serious consequences there would be, because, in his opinion, both the All-Heaven Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace could not do anything to him. If the Shen family did not take any drastic actions, would there be any other forces in the sacred region that would attack the Great Kuan sect because of the taboo magic? He had previously probed the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace that there were indeed some other transcendent existences in the sacred region. It was just that she did not say anything. Yes, the consequences are very serious. If the Shen family is willing to protect you, then there won't be a problem. If the Shen family is not protected, then young Master Shin should leave the Great Kuan sect as soon as possible and hide your whereabouts for a period of time. The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace said, All right, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Thank you for telling me this news. Shen Xiang sighed and put away the communication talisman. Not long after he put it away, someone else sent him a message. It was Hua Gangyan. Hua Gangyan had already gone into hiding, but he had been collecting news from the outside, so he quickly learned that Chen Xiang had used the taboo magic. Boss Shin, you're in trouble. You must hide well. Hua Gangyan sent a message and directly warned Xinxiang. I got it, Xinxiang said. By the way, Boss Hua, when are we going to use the All Heavens Saint to threaten the All Heavens Palace? Don't even think about it now. The other 3 fellows who were protecting the Holy Sun with me are all finished. Fortunately, Boss Shin, you reminded me before, so I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have been finished by now. Hua Gangyan recalled and felt very scared. Xinxiang said, All right, then we'll lock up the saints for the time being. Boss Shin, if it's possible, it's better to get rid of that guy to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hua Gangyan heaved a long sigh. I really didn't expect the All Heavens Holy Prince to be so important. We don't have enough strength, so it's very dangerous to ask for a ransom from the All Heavens Hall. That's true, Xinxiang said, but he still wanted to take advantage of the All Heavens Palace. Hua Gangyan only wanted to hide now. In any case, he had already obtained a sum of heavenly jewels, which was enough for him to hide for many years. By then, the All Heavens Palace might have already forgotten about him. Xinxiang thought for a moment, then took out the communication talisman to contact Du Hai. Grandpa Du, the Shen family is going to send people to the Great Kuan sect. When the time comes, tell them that I'm in seclusion and ask them to wait for me. Xinxiang said, Little Shin, are you not in the Great Kuan sect? Du Hai seemed to have guessed that Xinxiang had gone out. I have something to do and have to go out. Jinjin and Sister Xue will be fine with me. Don't worry. Xinxiang said, the Shen family should be very strong. When the time comes, try not to form a grudge with them. Wait for me to return. All right. Du Hai also knew about the Shen family. Therefore, he was somewhat worried. Xinxiang arrived at the Tsanglan Sea City. After entering through the main door, he had the demon shadow divine soul stay by his side at all times. As for Bai Jinjin and Long Shui, they had already entered the 6 realms mirrors. Previously, the Heavenless Saintess had said that she would wait for him at the admiring Heaven Pavilion in the Tsanglan Sea City. While Xinxiang and the Heavenless Saintess were fighting, they had been secretly communicating about the location of the meeting. After arriving at the Tsanglan Sea City, Xinxiang directly contacted Pang Pang Long. Not long after, the fat Pang Pang Long drove a car to pick up Xinxiang. When Pang Dalong was the shopkeeper of the Dragon's Arrival Inn, he knew that Xinxiang was extraordinary. Now, the strength that Xinxiang had displayed had far exceeded Pang Pang Long's expectations, especially that taboo magic, it was extremely terrifying. Xinxiang got into the car and said in a low voice, Go to the admiring Heaven Pavilion. Young master, the admiring Heaven Pavilion belongs to the Heavenless Divine Palace. Pang Pang Long was a little shocked. He lowered his voice and said, Isn't this a little inappropriate? Don't worry, I know what to do. Xinxiang said, Is it far from here? Chapter 42-47. Xinxiang's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly felt that something was wrong. Since the Holy Maiden had said so, didn't that mean that she also had a way to break the soul contract? Could it be the ability of her soul? Holy Maiden Wutian, if you want to obtain my soul, you will have to pay a great price. Xinxiang was still very calm. At most, he would just use the 6 realms mirrors to escape and would not fall into the hands of the Holy Maiden Wutian. Xinxiang, your current situation is not good. Only by obediently cooperating with me will you be able to survive. I can guarantee your safety. The Holy Maiden Wutian said, What exactly is the ability of your soul? Xinxiang was extremely curious and said with a smile, Actually, the reason why I am willing to meet you is mainly because of your soul. I also want to obtain your soul. The Holy Maiden Wutian was not surprised by Xinxiang's words, because in her opinion it was very normal. As long as one knew that others were in the soul, they would definitely have a desire to possess it. It seems like you don't understand soul at all. The Holy Maiden Wutian laughed. Soul cannot be taken away. Impossible to take away. Then why did you say that you wanted my soul? Shen Xiang asked with a puzzled expression. We currently know very little about soul. It's impossible to completely take it away, but it can be taken away for a short period of time, or rather, borrow it. The holy maiden Wu Tian said, the prerequisite is that you need to cooperate. Shen Xiang really did not know anything about soul, but after hearing the holy maiden Wu Tian's words, he knew why this woman's attitude was so good, because if he did not agree, she would not be able to take away his soul. I also want your soul. Why don't you lend it to me? Shen Xiang said, No, I really need your soul. The holy maiden Wu Tian said, With your soul, I will be able to figure out who can be trusted and who is an enemy in the heavenless divine palace. When interacting with others, it was indeed difficult to know who was reliable and who was not, especially in an environment like the heavenless divine palace. All of them were extremely hypocritical. Of course, wasn't the holy maiden Wu Tian himself the same? If one had a discerning eye, they would be able to see the character of others clearly. Sorry, I won't give it to you. Shen Xiang said, It seems that we can't talk about anything today. Then I can only take you back first. Wu Tian's saintess took out a golden chain and sighed. Shen Xiang, I've already broken the soul contract you signed with me. That contract can't restrict me, but it can restrict you. Really? Do you think you're the only one who knows how to break contracts? Shen Xiang laughed. Do you think I don't know? Stop pretending. You definitely won't be able to break it. My method of breaking the soul contract mainly relies on the ability of the soul bestowment. Your soul talent is clear eyes, but it won't help you break the soul contract. Wu Tian's saintess said, Come, let me tie you up. It'll be good for both of us. Wait. Shen Xiang quickly shouted, I'm willing to lend you my soul endowment, but you have to tell me how I can lend it to you. Will it harm me? Don't worry, it won't harm you at all. Soul bestowment is a very magical thing. For two souls to coexist, the first thing is that the owners of the two soul bestowments, whether it's their bodies or their minds, must fuse together, Wu Tian saintess said. So for you it's actually an advantage. What and what? Shen Xiang was startled. He was startled. The fusion of body and mind? That's right. The first step to borrowing the soul bestowment is that you and I must be very close, so you have to follow me. We have to cultivate our feelings, Wu Tian saintess said. If there are no feelings, we can't just do it directly. We have to acknowledge each other from the bottom of our hearts. Shen Xiang was truly stunned. The process of receiving the soul bestowment was actually like this. He suddenly understood why Wu Tian's saintess did not harm him. This was also to cultivate their feelings as a foundation. You don't lose out, I don't lose out either. I admit that you look pretty good, so you are a very suitable person to borrow the soul bestowment. If you were a little uglier, you would have already died in that plaza, Wu Tian's saintess said. Is there no other way? Shen Xiang asked, because he wanted to obtain the soul bestowment of the Holy Son of all heavens. If he used this method to borrow the soul bestowment of the Holy Son of all heavens, then he could forget about it. No, this is the only known way to succeed, Wu Tian's saintess said, and it can only be done between a man and a woman. After you and I are together, I will also admit that you are my husband and you can stay by my side. You can join the Heavenless Divine Palace, and the Heavenless Divine Palace will protect you, Wu Tian's saintess said. You are equivalent to a son-in-law, other than lending me your soul bestowment in the future. You won't lose anything, and you can even get me. That won't do. Shen Xiang immediately waved his hands and said, I am a playboy. I can't only have you as a woman. If you have the ability, it won't be a problem to find a few more women in the Heavenless Divine Palace. The prerequisite is that their strength cannot be weaker than mine. Otherwise, you won't even be able to find their corpses. Wu Tian, saintess, laughed. There must be another way. Chapter 42-48. Wu Tian, saintess, looked at by Jinjin and sized up her body. Suddenly, She remembered one of the 3 women at the plaza. Bai Jinjin was at the scene at that time. She hid her aura, so she was not discovered by Wu Tiansaintis. However, Wu Tiansaintis remembered her body shape. Therefore, when Wu Tiansaintis saw Bai Jinjin, she immediately remembered that she was also at the scene. Thinking back, she knew that even if she defeated Xinxiang, it would be difficult for her to defeat Bai Jinjin. She was confident that she could defeat Xinxiang, but she was not confident that she could defeat Bai Jinjin. Facing a powerful divine beast like Bai Jinjin, with her human body, without equipment and holy talisman, she could not resist at all. Wu Tiansaintis, looked at Xinxiang, gritted her teeth, and said, "So you had planned this from the beginning." Bai Jinjin was so powerful, but she let Xinxiang fight. It was obvious that she came with a purpose. "That's right. You can't escape today, so you should cooperate with us obediently." Xinxiang laughed. "You have a grudge with Jinjin. You don't want to die in her hands, right? Think about it. You are a person with a soul. As long as you can grow and live for tens of thousands of years, you will definitely be an expert of this world in the future. Soul Fu is a natural thing. Heavenless Saint Daughter has Soul Fu. Just like Xinxiang said, as long as she can live with her hidden Soul Fu when fighting with others, she can take the upper hand. I have already fallen into your hands. Are you still going to let me live?" At this moment, Wu Tiansaintis was most afraid of Long Shui. Long Shui was right in front of her. At such a close distance, she could feel Long Shui's aura and know how powerful Long Shui was. One had to know that Wu Tiansaintis had a soul, so she could feel that Long Shui's soul was not a human soul. Long Shui was even stronger than Bai Jinjin. Even Wu Tiansaintis could not defeat Bai Jinjin, let alone Long Shui. She could not even beat Long Miao Miao. Being surrounded by Long Shui and the other 2, she could not escape. The only one she could beat was Xinxiang, but she had no chance of getting close to Xinxiang. "You are very useful to Brother Xin. I will not kill you," Bai Jinjin said. "What's more, wouldn't it be too easy to kill you just like that? You want to torture me?" "Humph." Wu Tiansaintis snorted. She had never been tortured before, so she did not know how much she could endure. "I will let you go. The Saintis at..." Bai Jinjin smiled and touched Saint Wu Tian's face. "We used to be good friends, but because you betrayed me, we became enemies. Jinjin, Saintis Yi. Yi Saintis Yi Jinjin we." Wu Tiansaintis was silent. Of course, she remembered the time when she was together with Bai Jinjin, and knew that Bai Jinjin was a silly and sweet person. If she were to become Bai Jinjin's female slave, she would not be tortured, and with Bai Jinjin's personality, she would not make things too difficult for her. At least, she would be able to live, but she would have to obey Bai Jinjin's orders in the future. Although you are Wu Tiansaintis, Jinjin is the princess of the Baihu battle race. It's not too cheap for you to be her female slave. Xinxiang said. Wu Tiansaintis was indeed conflicted about this point. Bai Jinjin was indeed her good friend in the past, but she had never treated this friendship seriously, and even wanted to capture Bai Jinjin. Now that things had developed to this point, she was going to become Bai Jinjin's female slave. This change in status was too great, and she found it hard to accept. She is the princess of the Baihu battle race. Wu Tiansaintis had never heard of any princess. That's right, Shanxiang said. If in terms of seniority, little Jinjin is very high in the Baihu battle race. It's just that she was injured and slept for a long time, so she didn't follow us to the divine realm. Jinjin, I can sign a master-servant contract with you. However, you have to ensure my safety and not sacrifice me so casually, Wu Tiansaintis said. At the very least, when we sign the soul contract, we have to agree on this point. You can break the soul contract. If I were to sign it with you, it would make me very worried. After Bai Jinjin finished speaking, he looked at Shenxiang. Don't worry. I have a new way to make her unable to break it. Xinxiang smiled. Although he did not understand the soul, he understood the soul very well. This was mainly because his soul was extremely powerful. The reason why he had a way to help those women recover their memories was because he had studied the soul in depth. Coupled with his own powerful consciousness, he was able to dig out the scattered memories from those women's souls and reorganize them. You guys sign the soul contract first, then I'll strengthen it, Xinxiang said. He had already thought of a method just now. After that, Bai Jinjin and Wu Tiansaintis began to sign the master-servant contract. However, after trying a few times, he still failed. It has nothing to do with me, Wu Tiansaintis said. My soul has a soul, so I instinctively resist signing this kind of master-servant contract. I have no choice. Then sign it with Elder Brother Shen, Bai Jinjin said. I feel that only Elder Brother Shen can subdue you. This way it will be safer. His soul isn't even as strong as yours. Wu Tiansaintis shook her head. She also did not understand why Bai Jinjin would call Xinxiang Elder Brother Shen. Even now, she was still very suspicious. Why would there be such a powerful woman by Xinxiang's side? Bai Jinjin, Long Shuai, and Long Miao Miao were all powerful beasts. Chapter 42-49. Although Du Hai urged Xinxiang to return, he did not say that he was in danger. It could be seen that the people from the Shen family had a good attitude. The Shen family had indeed come for Xinxiang. When they arrived at the Great Kuan sect, they immediately explained their intentions to Du Hai, so they were waiting for Xinxiang at the Great Kuan sect. I am the Heavenless Holy Maiden. Are you going to abduct me just like that? I still have to return to the Heavenless Divine Palace. I lost the battle this time, so they will definitely punish me. The Heavenless Holy Maiden said, If I don't go back and receive punishment, the consequences will be severe. Right? Do you have a name? Long Shuai suddenly asked. Could it be that you are called the Heavenless Holy Maiden? She's called the Heavenless Holy Maiden. When I first met her, that was how I called her. Bai Jinjin said, You don't have a name? That's great. Long Shuai's eyes lit up. She was going to have a chance to give her a name. I really don't have a name, the Heavenless Holy Maiden said. The Heavenless Divine Palace is trying to dilute my personal thoughts. They want me to always remember that I am the Heavenless Holy Maiden and prevent me from betraying them. Originally, they also wanted me to sign a contract with the Heavenless Divine Palace to never betray them. However, I broke the soul contract later on. Then let's give you a name now. Long Shuai laughed. Don't worry about the Heavenless Divine Palace. Why? If I follow you and the Heavenless Divine Palace finds out, you will definitely die. The Heavenless Holy Maiden said, Let me go back. This is also for your own good. Don't go back. You have a soul. I don't want you to fall into their hands. Xinxiang said, Your soul is mine. Is your Great Kuan sect so confident that you can fight against the Heavenless Divine Palace? The Heavenless Holy Maiden really did not want to anger the Heavenless Divine Palace because she understood the strength of the Heavenless Divine Palace. Don't think too much. Leave everything to us. Long Shuai laughed. Come. Let's name it first. Up to you. The Heavenless Holy Maiden sighed. She could only follow the arrangements of Xinxiang and the others. Xinxiang contacted Peng Dalong and asked them to arrange a large carriage and prepare to leave Kanglin Sea City. Xinxiang did not participate in the naming process. After all, this was Long Shuai's passion. He could accept any name that was not randomly chosen. Xinxiang first let them enter the 6 realms mirrors, then left the restaurant. He returned to the Great Kuan sect through the Azure Sea City's transmission array, so it was extremely fast. After returning to the Great Kuan School, Xinxiang quietly flew back to the Sacred Dan Institute and returned to his own room. He did not immediately go to see the people from the Shin family, but instead let the demon shadow take a look first. If the people of the Shin family were unable to discover the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul, It meant that their souls and other aspects were not particularly powerful. In his own room, Shen Xiang told Du Hai that he had returned and asked Du Hai to stall for time so that the Shen family could wait for a while longer. Younger brother Shen, have you decided on a name for your little slave girl? Her name was Shenjini. It sounds nice, doesn't it? You don't have to thank me. Long Shui smiled. Very average. Actually, Shen Xiang felt that it was not bad, at least it was normal, and he had taken one word from each of Bai Jinjin and Long Shui's names. It's obviously very nice to hear. Long Shui muttered. Not long after, the demon shadow divine's soul returned. He said to Xin Xiang, Young Master Xin, there are a total of 3 people from the Xin family outside. Although their souls are very strong, they are unable to discover me. All right, I'll go out now. Shen Xiang immediately walked out of the room. After walking for a short distance, he arrived at a guest hall in the Sacred Dan Institute. After entering the hall, Shen Xiang saw 2 middle-aged men and a young man. They were all from the Xin family and were dressed very casually. His aura was also very ordinary. He couldn't see anything special about him. His facial features were upright and he was dressed very neatly and appropriately. He looked very comfortable and had a smile on his face. When they saw Shen Xiang enter, they all stood up politely. Little Shen, these 3 friends are from the Shen family. They said that they have something important to discuss with you. Du Hailing laughed. Friends of the Shen family, the person you've been waiting for is here. My 3 friends. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Shen Xiang also smiled politely. We all know that young Master Shen and the Heavenless Holy Maiden have a great battle and need to recuperate. On the other hand, we suddenly came and disturbed young Master Shen's cultivation. We should be the ones who are sorry. The oldest middle-aged man smiled and said, I am Zhuo Hao. This is my younger brother, Zhuo Hang. This is my youngest son, Zhuo Jiangzhou. Hello. Shen Xiang immediately cupped his fists and bowed, but he was puzzled in his heart. The people from the Xin family were not surnamed Shen. We are not surnamed Shen because we are disciples of the Xin family with different surnames. Other than being unable to enter the core of the Xin family, our Shen family's treatment is the same as the other disciples of the Shen family. Zhuo Hao seemed to have seen through Shen Xiang's doubts, so he quickly explained. After that, Zhuo Hao took out a Shen family's token. It looked like a token with quite a bit of status. I wonder what important matter the 3 of you have come to find me for. Shen Xiang asked. Chapter 4250. Shen Xiang was now certain that the Shen family was founded by his father. Shen Tianhu is the ancestor of the Shen family. What is there to hide? Why do only core disciples know? Shen Xiang felt that it was strange, so he asked, We don't know either. Young Master Shen, you've heard of Shen Tianhu, so it's fine for me to tell you. Zhuo Hao said, The Shen family only verbally warned you not to reveal that Shen Tianhu is the ancestor of the Shen family? Or did they use the soul contract to restrict you? Shen Xiang asked, There is no soul contract to restrict us. The clan elders just want us to be self-aware and not talk nonsense. Zhuo Hao said, Actually, who the ancestor is has nothing to do with us, because the ancestor of the Xin family has already gone to the divine realm. Moreover, he has been hiding his name for so many years. Even if we were to talk about Shen Tianhu in the sacred region, no one would have heard of him. Xin Xiang and Zhuo Hao were secretly communicating, and the people beside them could see it, so they did not interrupt them. After they finished talking, they shook hands with each other. Dean of the Sacred Elixir Academy, young Master Shin, let's go back and report the situation here. Wait for the elders in our clan to receive the news and give us instructions before we can proceed with the next step. Zhuo Hao said, Thank you for your trouble. Du Hai nodded, and then sent them out with Xin Xiang. After Zhuo Hao and the other 2 left, Du Hai and Xin Xiang returned to the elegant small hall. Did you get anything? Du Hai asked. This Shen family was indeed founded by my father, but my father has gone to the divine realm. Now that the Shen family of the sacred region is unable to contact the divine realm, I wonder how much the Shen family in the sacred region knows about me." Xinxiang sighed. If the sacred region's Shen family knew that Xinxiang was Shen Tianhu's son, and that they were unable to contact Shen Tianhu in the divine realm, they might have other thoughts. After all, Xinxiang was Shen Tianhu's son, and his status was there. If the sacred region's Shen family recognized his position, it meant that the sacred region's Shen family would hand over all power to Xinxiang. If the people in charge of the sacred region's Shen family were reluctant to leave, they might want to destroy Xinxiang. "Believe in your father." Du Hai patted Xinxiang's shoulder and comforted him with a smile. "Your father might have made preparations for you." "Grandpa Du, are you saying that father left behind the Shen family in the holy region for me?" Xinxiang had never thought of that. You are father and son after all. Although your father wasn't as strong as you back then, he is still your father. He must have his own strengths. Du Hai said, "The Shen family of the sacred region has been so mysterious for many years, but now there is suddenly a movement." The palace master of the Heavenly Mother's sacred palace had also said before that Long Jiuxiao and the others were being received by the Shen family. Back then, Shen Tianhu had also interacted with Long Jiuxiao for a period of time. Perhaps the matter of receiving Long Jiuxiao and the others was something that Shen Tianhu had already explained early on. "Wait patiently," Du Hai said. "Right, what did you do when you went out?" "Nothing, just go to see a friend," Xinxiang said with a smile. He could not tell Du Hai about the matter of capturing the Saint Child and the Saint Child of the Heavens. It would scare him. The Saint Child of the Heavens was named Xin Jini by Long Shui. She was currently in the 6 realms mirrors and saw the Saint Child of the Heavens being tortured. When the Saint Child of the Heavens saw that Xin Jini was not tortured or beaten up, he was extremely jealous. He knew very well that it was all because Xin Jini was a woman. Xinxiang returned to his room to rest, then released Long Shui and the others. Xin Jini also came out of the 6 realms mirrors. The Saint Child of the Heavens has dual soul endowment, and it has yet to be awakened. What method did those old fellows of the All Heavens Palace use to obtain his dual soul endowment? Xinxiang asked. If it's an unawakened soul endowment, it would be much easier to transfer it. Shen Jini was also very shocked when she saw the Saint Child of the Heavens. She really did not expect that Xinxiang had actually captured the Saint Child of the Heavens so early. What shocked her the most was that the Saint Child of the Heavens soul endowment had yet to awaken. Furthermore, it was dual soul endowment. This was something that she did not know before. Previously, she thought that the Saint Child of the Heavens soul endowment had already awakened, but she had been hiding it and not telling others. Shen Jini was the Saint Child of the Heavens and often came into contact with the Saint Child of the Heavens. Therefore, she had long determined that the Saint Child of the Heavens had soul endowment. She had always been thinking about it. What method? Xinxiang quickly asked. After I take away his dual soul endowment, how do I awaken it? If he really succeeded, then he would have grasped dual soul endowment. Chapter 42:51. Xinxiang could not guess what the 4 great clan elders wanted to do. Was it to make a move on him, or to express goodwill to him? But no matter what, he had to meet the 4 great clan elders and figure out the Shen family's situation. Zhua Hao believed that Xinxiang was most likely the Shen family's ancestral bloodline, because Xinxiang mentioned Xin Tianhu, and outsiders simply did not know of Xin Tianhu's existence. The Shen family's ancestral bloodline had a very high status, because the Shen family valued this bloodline very much. In the Shen family, although many people had the surname Xin, there were not many who had the ancestral bloodline. Many people in the Xin family were Xin Tianhu's trusted aides or sworn brothers, or Xin Tianhu's adopted sons who changed their surname to Xin. Uncle Zhua, What do you think the 4 great clan elders came to find me for? Guess. Shen Xiang was also very curious. Zhua Hao understood the sacred domain's Shen family very well. He should be able to make a judgment based on the Shen family's situation. Young Master Shen, this. You're making things difficult for me. Zhua Hao smiled awkwardly. I don't dare to guess. Tell me. I won't talk everywhere, Shen Xiang said with a smile. All right. I think young Master Shen might have the Shen family's ancestral bloodline. Zhua Hao lowered his voice and said, It is also the ancestral bloodline passed down from the Shen family's ancestor. That's why the clan elders value it so much. Then, Zhua Hao briefly explained the Shen family's ancestral bloodline. Shen Xiang's grandfather was still alive, so he could be considered the Shen family's ancestral bloodline. As for whether his father had remarried and had children, he did not know. However, his Shen family had some uncles and so on. They were all considered the Shen family's ancestral bloodline, and the bloodline they had passed down was so small. In any case, in the sacred domain's Shen family, no one has the ancestral bloodline. Zhua Hao sighed. So our clan elders have always been worried about this. Isn't it good to not have the ancestral bloodline? This way, no one can shake the clan elder's position, Shen Xiang said. In any case, he felt so, mainly because he had seen many battles between various forces. Young Master Shen, that's not right. Our Shen family is not like that. Our Shen family has always been very harmonious and never fought for power. Zhua Hao hurriedly waved his hand and said, The reason why the elders value the ancestral bloodline so much is because they are afraid that the Shen family's patriarch will abandon us. What do you mean? Shen Xiang was puzzled. Although our Shen family is very strong in the sacred domain, we have always followed our ancestors' instructions and developed in a low profile. Then, we have to get in touch with Long Jiuxiao. Zhua Hao said, Long Jiuxiao came from the world-defying stage. I don't know the details of this either. And then, why are you worried about being abandoned by the old ancestor of the Shen family? Shen Xiang asked. Because the Shen family of the sanctuary has been in the sanctuary for many years. But none of the Shen family's ancestral bloodline has descended, so the clan has always suspected that we were abandoned. Zhua Hao sighed. We urgently need a member of the Shen family who possesses the ancestral bloodline to lead us and show us the way. Really? Isn't the Shen family developing well now? Shen Xiang said. No. The prophecy passed down by the Shen family's ancestors said that the people with the Shen family's ancestral bloodline can bring us luck. Zhua Hao said, It's just that after so many years, we still haven't waited for the people with the ancestral bloodline to arrive. Shen Xiang felt more and more that the Shen family of the sanctuary was left behind for him by his father. The reason why he did not leave behind the ancestral bloodline was most likely to strengthen the Shen family's recognition of him. The 4 great clan elders came very quickly. They should have used the transmission array to directly teleport to the Kanglin Sea City in the Saint Profound Star. Then, they teleported to the Great Kuan Gate. The 4 clan elders were dressed in white robes and were all men. They had a head of straight white hair and looked to be middle-aged men. After the 4 clan elders of the Shen family arrived, Du Hai was also at the side, looking very nervous. This was because the 4 clan elders were very strong and were most likely Holy Master Realm cultivators. I wonder if young Master Shen can leave behind a drop of blood. After Zhua Hao communicated with the 4 clan elders with his consciousness, he said to Shen Xiang, The 4 clan elders actually didn't say anything, but let Zhua Hao take their place, making it very mysterious. Sure, Shen Xiang was not polite. He immediately dripped a few drops of blood into the bottle. Zhua Hao carefully handed over the small bottle to the 4 clan elders. Then they communicated with Zhua Hao with their consciousness, nodded to Zhua Hao, and immediately left. Shen Xiang only felt that the actions of the 4 clan elders were very confusing. The 4 clan elders can't speak, They have all been cursed. They can't speak. Please forgive us, because we are not familiar with young Master Shin. It is not convenient for us to communicate with you through our consciousness. Joie, how quickly explained. Cursed? Who did it? Chapter 4252. Whether it was the appearance of the Tiger Clan's divine treasure or Shen Xiang's exposure of the Azure Dragon divine art in the Great Kuan sect, these were all small matters that happened by accident. If they missed it, they would miss it. It was not part of their plan. However, what happened in the Azure Sea was something that they could not miss. This was what Shinjini had told Shin Xiang and the others. The Azure Sea was related to the entire sacred region. Shin Xiang was refining pills in his room, while by Jinjin, Long Shuai, Long Miao Miao, and Shinjini were all in the small hall outside. Shinjini was a human after all. She still had to cultivate, but Long Shuai did not allow her to cultivate during this period of time, because they mainly wanted to protect Shin Xiang. Shin Xiang had exposed the Azure Dragon divine art, but Long Shuai was still a little worried. She seemed to have sensed that there was an unfathomable power in the sacred region. If the Heavenless Divine Palace and the All Heavens Palace were to attack the Great Kuan sect with all their might, everyone could just run. However, if they were targeted by a hidden, mysterious, and powerful force, once they attacked, it would be difficult for them to escape. Shin Xiang was not too worried, because he had the 6 realms mirrors, the Green Dragon Demon Slayer, and Baihu Shocking Fan, in addition to the Demon Shadow Divine Soul and the Holy Soul Puppet, as well as the various poisons that he had refined. He would definitely be able to protect himself. Next, as long as he stepped into the Sage Realm, his strength would increase by another level. In fact, the power that Shen Xiang had hidden was mainly because of his powerful soul, as well as the fact that he could vaguely control a trace of the power of laws. Sometimes the things that he comprehended, such as the cultivation method and the method of refining pills and refining souls, seemed to be created by him and were not difficult at all. Shen Xiang's closed-door cultivation was mainly for the sake of refining pills. He used the Saint Soul Pill to refine the Saint Power Elemental Dan, while he used the World-Defying God Furnace to refine more difficult pills and various poisons. After 2 days, Shin Xiang had eaten a large amount of Saint Power Elemental Dan and had finally stepped into the Sage Realm. A few hours after Shen Xiang's breakthrough, Zhuo Hao came and met with Shin Xiang in private. They had a private discussion in the room. Young Master Shen, the 4 elders have sent news that you possess the ancestral bloodline of the Shen family. From now on, you are the clan leader of our Shin clan. Greetings, clan leader. Zhuo Hao hurriedly got down on one knee and bowed respectfully. Uncle Zhuo, how did the 4 clan elders handle this? Shin Xiang hurriedly asked. Did they just announce it like that? They didn't announce it immediately. They just told me. Zhuo Hao glanced around, afraid that someone was eavesdropping on their conversation. He secretly transmitted his voice to Shin Xiang. The 4 Grand Patriarchs want me to escort you back to the Shin family. At that time, they will invite the various forces of the Saint Realm to attend the banquet, and then announce the Patriarch's matter. So high profile? Shin Xiang frowned. The Shen family will use other reasons to invite people to the banquet, not to announce the matter of the clan leader from the start. Zhuo Hao said, in short, this matter still needs to be kept secret. The 4 Grand Patriarchs are very worried that you will be harmed. Who would harm me? Shin Xiang hurriedly asked. This is a communication talisman. You can talk to the clan leader. Zhuo Hao handed a communication talisman to Shin Xiang. Shin Xiang received the communication talisman and immediately activated it. Very quickly, he contacted one of the clan elders. Young Master Shin, I am the Saint Realm Shen family's Grand Patriarch, Shin Ziqing. The voice that came over had a slight tremor. It was unknown whether he was excited or overly respectful. Young Master Shin? Shen Xiang felt that this title was a little strange. Us, the Shen family's patriarch, Shin Tianhu is your father. Only a few of us know that the patriarch's son is Shen Xiang, and he has mastered the divine exercise of 4 symbols. The one who passed on the exercise is surnamed Su. Shen Ziqing said excitedly, "Young Master Shen, we have waited for you for a long time. You are finally here. Saint Realm Shen family, it was indeed left behind by my father." Shen Xiang sighed. "Young Master, the patriarch has gone to the divine realm. I am afraid that things are not looking good for him. Whether we can save them or not, it is up to you," Shen Ziqing said sadly. Previously, when we were still able to contact the divine realm, the patriarch had sent news that the Shen family had suffered great losses in the divine realm. Shen Xiang thought of the Baihu battle clan. They had also been besieged after going to the divine realm. "Grand Patriarch, I can't return to the Shen family for the time being," Shan Xiang said. "I want to stay in Saint Xian Star and wait for the Azure Wave Sea's movement. Do you know what is under the Azure Wave Sea?" "Young Master, Saint Xian Star is very dangerous now. It will become the battlefield of all the major forces. In the end, I am afraid that even the great Kuan sect will be finished," Shen Ziqing said. "At that time, what Azure Wave Sea City, what Saint Xian Star sect, they will all become ruins after the war." The Shen family's patriarch indeed knew something. "Grand Patriarch, the thing under the Azure Wave Sea, isn't the Shen family going to fight for it?" Shan Xiang asked. "Since you know about it, you should take action." "We have been cursed. We cannot enter the Azure Wave Sea. Young Master, your cultivation is still too low. We can only give up." Shen Ziqing was very bitter. He sighed and said, "We also want to fight for it, but there is no other way. Moreover, our Shen family suffered great losses in the war back then. Now we have only just recovered. We can't compete with them." "Can't compete with whom?" "All Heaven's Palace, or Heavenless Divine Palace." Shen Xiang felt that the Saint Realm Shen family strength would not be unable to defeat these 2 fellows. Chapter 42-53. Speaking of curses, Shen Xiang recalled the taboo curse of the life spirit 6 clans. "What kind of curse is on your body? How can it be removed?" Shen Xiang said, "How many people in our Shen family are cursed? More than half of the Shen family has the power of the curse in their bodies. These curse powers are passed down from generation to generation. Some do not affect our daily lives. Some are very serious, causing us to be neither human nor ghost. This is also the reason why we rarely go out." When Shen Ziqing spoke of the curse, his tone was filled with grief. Shen Xiang never thought that the curse would be so powerful that it could even curse his descendants. "We don't know how to remove this curse, but according to our many years of research, this is not the taboo curse of the life spirit 6 clans. They borrowed the power of the divine realm to cast it on us. If we want to remove this curse, we might need power from the divine realm." Shen Ziqing said, "My father and the others have gone to the divine realm. Is there no way to help you remove the curse?" Shen Xiang asked. "The patriarch and the others have tried many methods in the divine realm, but none of them worked. They have already worked very hard. I wonder how they are doing now." Shen Ziqing was very worried about Shen Tianhu and the others. "Great clan elder, how many people does our Shen family have in Songlansi City? Can I mobilize them?" Shen Xiang asked. "Don't worry, I won't let them participate in any risky operations. I only want them to scout for information. Of course you can use them. The Zhuo family's disciples are mainly here to scout for information, and they are all very reliable." Shan Ziqing said, "I will send someone to deliver the clan king's seal." "There's still a royal seal?" Shen Xiang said in surprise. "Not for now. Don't send someone to deliver it in case it gets lost. I don't have any use for the royal seal now, right? It's useful. This is what the patriarch left for you. He said that as long as he finds you, he has to give it to you immediately." Shan Ziqing said, "If young master is worried, Then we old fellows will personally escort you there. You can rest assured." The 4 great clan elders were still very strong in the sanctuary. This way, Xinxiang was much more at ease. After chatting with the great clan elder, Xinxiang had a rough understanding of the Shen family situation. The entire Shen family situation was very complicated. They had been cursed, causing the Shen family to weaken. Next, the Shen clan would join forces with Long Jiuxiao. As long as Long Jiuxiao's dragon race grew stronger, they would have enough confidence to face the 6 Paths Saint Gate. Zhua Hao left the Great Kuan sect and returned to Kanglin Sea City to pick up the 4 elders. He consciously kept Xin Xiang's matter secret. Shen Xiang was in his room and looked at his own Dao origin crystal. The few crystal cores inside had already fused into one and turned into a 5-colored crystal core. He had stepped into the Saint Monarch realm. Then he walked out of the room. When Long Shui saw Shen Xiang coming out of the room, she hurried over and smiled sweetly. She even held Shen Xiang's hand. It was obvious that she was begging for food. "Jinni, how is your crystal core now?" After stepping into the Sage realm, the previous crystal cores will fuse together, right? Shen Xiang asked. "You're in the Sage realm now." Shen Jinni looked at Shen Xiang in shock. Before the battle with Shen Xiang, she had tested Shen Xiang's cultivation. Shen Xiang was only at the peak of the Saint Master realm at that time. He had to at least reach the peak of the Saint Master realm before breaking through to the Saint Monarch realm. This process was very difficult. Talented people would need 2 to 3 years. Some people might not be able to cross these 2 stages even after decades or centuries. However, Shen Xiang had stepped into the Saint Monarch realm in just a few days. It should be. The crystal cores in my Dao origin crystal have all fused together. Shen Xiang said, "Saint Monarch realm? What's going on with the crystal cores? Fused together? This means that you have indeed stepped into the Saint Monarch realm. Next, the crystal cores will gradually transform and form an outline." Shen Jinni said in shock. She was the heavenless holy maiden, and the heavenless divine palace had poured a large amount of resources into her. She remembered very clearly that she needed an entire year to advance from the Saint Master realm to the peak. In order to break through to the Saint Monarch realm, she had spent 2 years. The reason why Shen Xiang was able to break through was mainly because he had eaten a large amount of Sacred Power Elemental Dan. The Sacred Power Elemental Dan that he refined were all refined with lifeless heavenly dewdrops, and the medicinal ingredients were greatly improved. Crystal cores can transform? Shen Xiang looked at Long Shui and Bai Jinjin. They are all divine beasts, so the shape of their crystal cores is naturally the same as their bodies. Shen Jinni said, "My crystal core is a little white dragon." Long Shui said, "Mine is a white kitten." Bai Jinjin laughed. "Jinni, what about yours?" Shen Xiang asked. "Mine is a sword." Shen Jinni said, "This is related to the cultivation technique I cultivate as well as my thoughts. When I just stepped into the Saint Monarch realm, I began to use my consciousness to inject it into the crystal core through my strong thoughts. In that case, I have to start shaping now." Shen Xiang still didn't understand much about cultivation. Chapter 4254. The mother of the Tian clan suddenly appeared in the sacred region, and she even encountered a very dangerous situation. In order to save her, the Heavenly Mother Palace mistress had to pay the price of being heavily injured. Not only was the Heavenly Mother Palace mistress heavily injured, many of the women of the Tianmu Sacred Palace were also injured. It could be seen that the entire Tianmu Sacred Palace had paid a huge price. Therefore, the Heavenly Mother Palace mistress thought that it might be a conspiracy. A certain power threw out the clone of the mother of the Tian clan for them to save, and then they were all injured. While the Tianmu Sacred Palace was weak, an external force took advantage of the situation to enter. Shen Xiang had also thought of this, which was why he asked Long Shui to bring people over. Long Shui only needed to bring Bai Jinjin along. She and Bai Jinjin worked together, and with the fusion of their clones, Long Miao Miao, they were also powerful enough. If they were to transform into their divine beast forms, their strength would be even stronger, and they would be able to intimidate their enemies. A few people gradually came over from the 100 Flowers world side. Shen Xiang did not know if they would participate in saving the mother of the Tian clan's clone. It's enough with Sister Shui Yi. The Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress said, "Young Master Shin, we are not completely unprepared." "No, I'll let Long Shui bring people over." Shin Xiang was very determined. "All right, as long as we recover, Sister Shui Yi can return to your side to protect you." The Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress said, "Big Sister Mistress, after this, can you tell me who you are?" Shin Xiang asked curiously. "We'll talk about it in the future." The Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress chuckled a few times. "Actually, I still have some hope that young Master Shin doesn't care too much about me. I will definitely do my best to remember who you are." Shin Xiang laughed. "Just you wait. If young Master Shin can really remember, then it means that we are truly fated." The Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress laughed. "At that time, I also have to express my sincerity." Shen Xiang suddenly felt that the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress was teasing him, or maybe it was his own misconception. Big Sister Mistress, rest well. Shen Xiang kept the communication talisman and immediately told Long Shui about the situation at the Heavenly Mother Palace. After Long Shui finished listening, she knew that she had to go back. No matter how reluctant she was to part with Chen Xiang, she had to temporarily leave Chen Xiang for a period of time. "Jinjin, go to the Heavenly Mother Sacred Palace with Sister Shui Jinni to protect me," Shin said. "Shen Xiang Shuefei. My Shui Shui Shue Shue Shue. Shue Shao of the Shue 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 Shue." She thought it was ridiculous because Chen Xiang was not weak. How could he need her protection? She was just a little saint lady. She still needed protection. Shue Shue Shue. Shue 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 Shue. Shue 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 you. Know it. Shen Xiang smiled and then went to cook again so that the two little foodies could eat enough at one time. "Little brother Shin, when I come back, you must treat me like this." Long Shui laughed loudly as she ate and drank. "You guys are going to the Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace. You must be careful," Shin Xiang warned, "because the ones attacking the Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace are most likely very powerful forces. Don't worry, there won't be a problem." Long Shui is very confident. After eating, Long Shui and Bai Jinjin also began to change their equipment, put on their masks, and prepared to set off. They brought Long Miao Miao with them. If the three of them worked together, they would be extremely powerful. After all, they were all divine beasts. Shin Xiang brought Shinjini and followed them through the Great Kuan Sect's teleportation array to the Tsanglan Sea City. They wanted to use the teleportation array here to head to the Heavenly Mother Sacred Palace. Although the Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace was hidden, they could only head to the Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace after being teleported to a planet. With the people from the Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace in charge of receiving Long Shui, Shen Xiang did not have to worry about anything. After Long Shui and Bai Jinjin left, Shin Xiang brought Shen Jinni to stroll around the Tsanglan Sea City. "Jinni, are you used to being my slave?" Shen Xiang felt very used to it. After all, this was the Heavenless Holy Maiden. He was very comfortable serving her. Back then, the incomparably arrogant and beautiful woman in the plaza, although she still maintained a trace of cold arrogance, she was unable to resist any of Shin Xiang's orders. Although Shen Jinni was extremely unwilling in her heart, she had already signed a master-slave contract with Shin Xiang. Therefore, she could only respectfully serve Shin Xiang. "It's all right," Shen Jinni replied softly. She was also wearing a mask like Shin Xiang. Chapter 40, 255. As long as Shin Xiang obtains the Clan King seal, then the Shin family will welcome their new Clan King, which is of great significance to the Shin family. Inside the secret room, Shin Xiang saw a big golden box. The Clan King seal is inside. It has never been opened. Great Elder Shin Ziqing transmitted his voice to Shin Xiang. Because he is cursed, he can't speak directly. How do I open it? Do you have the key? Shin Xiang asked. You have ancestral bloodline. You need to drip a large amount of blood to open it. Shin Ziqing said. The other 3 elders also nodded their heads toward Shin Xiang. The 4 elders are wearing masks. Not taking off their masks is not because they don't respect Shin Xiang, but because they are cursed. Their faces are distorted, very ugly. Shin Xiang immediately began dripping his blood. He doesn't need a large amount of blood, only about half a bowl of blood. The golden box in front of him emitted intense light. Seeing the box open, the 4 elders are even more certain that Shin Xiang is Shen Tianhu's son. Then they all kneeled down and saluted. Elders, all of you get up. Shin Xiang quickly helped them up. You properly study the Clan King seal. We will go back first. There are still many things waiting for us to deal with, and we can't leave the Shen family villa for too long. Shin Ziqing transmitted his voice. After I finish dealing with the matters here, I will immediately go to the Shen family villa. Shin Xiang said, I will do my best to revitalize the sacred realm Shen family. Be careful. Shen Ziqing warned. He also knows that Shin Xiang is very interested in the Canglan Sea. Oh, right. Do you know anything about Spirit Fu? Shin Xiang asked. A little. If Clan King wants to know, you can send me a message. Shen Ziqing said. Shin Xiang nodded his head, then sent the 4 elders out of the secret room. Zhua Hao sent the 4 elders into the transmission array. Shen Jini continued to wait outside the secret room for Shin Xiang. Shin Xiang looked at the shining box. It can now be opened. After opening it, there is a palm-sized square seal. The seal is a golden tiger. This is also the golden tiger eagle that Shen Tianhu likes very much. After Shin Xiang picked up the seal, he immediately felt the soul fluctuation inside. It turns out that there is a wisp of Shin Tianhu's soul inside. Little Xiang, I have been waiting for you. Now it is the consciousness I left in the seal is talking with you. Father, what is going on? Shin Xiang hastily asked. Although it was only a strand of Shen Tianhu's soul, this was Shen Tianhu's thought. It had the same consciousness as Shen Tianhu and left behind important information for Shin Xiang. For many years, I have been looking for your mother. Although she passed away when you were young, she later reincarnated and her memories did not disappear. She has always been alive. Shin Tianhu said, Mother, is she really still alive? Shen Xiang had been thinking about this problem for many years, but the vast sea of people was too big. If he wanted to find a reincarnated person, if he didn't have the memory of his previous life and his appearance changed, it would be very difficult to find. Yes, she is still alive. I found her, but she has her own mission. In short, you will definitely see her in the future. I will definitely protect her. Shen Tianhu's voice was filled with joy. Shin Xiang's eyes could not help but become moist. After so many years, his father was still alive, and he even found his mother who reincarnated. This made him very happy. Your mother and I will definitely go to the divine realm. Something terrifying will happen in the divine realm. I don't know the specifics, in short, before you have enough strength. Don't go to the divine realm. Don't ever come to the divine realm. Shen Tianhu said again. Father, what is under the azure wave sea? Shin Xiang suddenly felt that Shen Tianhu might know. There are many secrets under the azure wave sea. I only know that the remnant soul of the murderous scarlet dragon entered the azure wave sea. It seems to have been attracted by something. I once planned to investigate, but the bottom of the sea is too dangerous. I had no choice but to give up. Little Xiang, if you want to investigate the azure wave sea, you can, but you must have 6 realms mirrors and green dragon demon slayer. Shin Tianhu said. Why? Xinxiang asked. 6 realms mirrors is extremely important. I am not too sure about the specifics. I only know that the power of the Azure Wave Sea is very similar to that of the 6 realms mirrors. And the green dragon demon slayer can subdue the remnant soul of the murderous scarlet dragon. Shen Tianhu explained. In the world-defying stage universe, there are remnant souls of the murderous scarlet dragon. You have to collect all of them in order to revive the murderous scarlet dragon. Chapter 4256. Shen Xiang looked at the introduction on the slip of paper. The main function of the seal of the Clan King was to break demons and suppress evil, but he had not tested its power yet. However, this was left behind by his father, and it was even the Yang rune of the Heaven Extended method, so it was definitely not simple. That is really something. Why didn't he explain it more clearly? Shen Xiang only wanted to know what this set of runes could be used for. I can only go back and ask the great clan elder. Shen Ziqing had been a great clan elder for many years, and he had even seen Shen Tianhu before. Maybe he knew how to use this set of runes. Shen Xiang walked out of the room, and Shen Jinyi was waiting outside. She had also seen the 4 great clan elders just now, and at that time, she did not even dare to breathe because the 4 great clan elders were simply too strong. Jinyi, come in. Shen Xiang pulled Shen Jinyi into the room. Young master, what's the matter? Shen Jinyi asked. She also saw the seal of the Clan King in Shen Xiang's hands. It looked very precious, but she did not know what it was. In the Songlan Sea City, where are the evil demons? Shen Xiang asked. Let's go tonight. I want to try this thing. What is this? Shen Jinyi was very curious and asked in a low voice. Young master, those 4 elders from before, who exactly are they? Their strength is not inferior to the palace master of the heavenless divine palace. In short, the strongest person I have seen in the heavenless divine palace is not as strong as the 4 elders from before. Have you heard of the Shen family? Shen Xiang asked. Ah, they are from the Shen family? Then, young master, are you also a member of the Shen family? Shen Jinyi had already suspected it before, but he was not sure. They are the 4 great clan elders of the Shen family, and right now, I am the Clan King of the Shen family, and this is the seal of the Clan King. Shen Xiang laughed. This. How is that possible? Shen Jinyi found it hard to believe. To her, the Shen family was an existence that was even stronger than the heavenless divine palace. She had heard of the strength of the 4 great clan elders of the Shen family since she was young, and Shen Xiang was actually some clan king of the Shen family? What was the background of Shen Xiang? She couldn't help but recall that Shen Xiang had used the Azure Dragon Divine exercise. That was a taboo divine exercise. So how could Shen Xiang have mastered it? Tonight, bring me to those evil creatures. I want to try the seal of the clan leader. Shen Xiang said, there's a set of seals on it. It is said to be able to destroy demons and suppress evil spirits. I want to see how powerful it is. All right. Shen Jinyi nodded in agreement and said, Young master, I need to cultivate as well. I can't just waste my time like this. I am now at the peak of the Saint Monarch realm and need to enter seclusion to break through to the Saint King realm. I hope you can give me some time. Breaking through to the Saint King realm? Don't worry. I will help you successfully step into the Saint King realm. Shen Xiang said, Sister Shuet, Yi and Zhen, I don't know when they will come back. I really should help you increase your strength. How can it be so easy to step into the Saint King realm? If you want to step into the Saint King realm quickly, you need the Saint King Yuan Dan. This kind of pill is very difficult to refine. Although I have the ingredients, I only have one set. If I fail, I don't know how I will be able to gather all the ingredients. Shen Jinyi said, Is that so? How many heavenly jewels did you use to collect all these ingredients? Shen Xiang planned to help Shen Jinyi refine this batch of pills. More than 10 billion heavenly jewels. This is my hard work over the years. If I don't eat the Saint King Yuandan, I might need hundreds or even thousands of years to break through. Shan Jini said, Do you know why there are so few young Saint Kings? It's because it's too difficult to step into the Saint King realm. 10 billion heavenly jewels isn't a lot. Xinxiang said, In that case, those medicinal ingredients aren't that expensive, right? What, 10 billion isn't a lot? That's the result of my blood, sweat, and tears. I only managed to collect it after a lot of hard work. Shan Jini frowned slightly and said, Young master, it seems that you don't know how difficult it is to obtain heavenly jewels, let alone precious medicinal ingredients. Then, who are you going to find to help you concoct pills? Xinxiang asked. Of course, it's the dean of the Sacred Elixir Academy. Young master, please help me with this. Shan Jini's tone suddenly became very gentle. I am already your female slave. Even if I use the power of soul bestowment, I will not be able to escape from your control. If I become stronger, it will also be beneficial to you. All right, I'll take you to Grandpa Du right now. Xinxiang also agreed to Shan Jini's request, because with Shan Jini's understanding of him, she definitely wouldn't ask him to help her concoct pills. After Shan Jini heard this, she revealed a very beautiful smile and said, Thank you, young master. Xinxiang brought Shan Jini and immediately returned to the great Kuan sect's sacred Dan courtyard to find Du Hai. Du Hai already knew that Xinxiang had taken the heavenless holy maiden as a female slave. Other than being surprised, he could only say one word to Xinxiang. Du Hai looked at the medicinal ingredients that Shan Jini handed over and frowned. Heavenless holy maiden, where did these medicinal ingredients come from? Shan Jini's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She was startled and said, I entrusted Wu Hong, the #1 sacred alchemist of the heavenless divine palace, to collect them. Grandpa Du, these medicinal ingredients are all used to refine Saint King Yuandan, right? Are there any problems? Xinxiang asked. He had already seen Shan Jini's despair. It's true that the Saint King Yuandan's medicinal ingredients are not bad, but they are all medicinal ingredients that are neither dead nor alive. The Saint King Yuandan requires a total of 3 types of medicinal ingredients and requires at least 20,000 years to mature. And these are at most 8,000 years old, and they are the kind that are about to die. Du Hai shook his head and sighed. Damned Wu Hong, I'm going to chop him up right now. After Shan Jini's delicate body trembled, she clenched her teeth and cursed angrily, turning around to leave. Chapter 42:57. Xinxiang had just stepped into the Saint Realm, and he just so happened to plan to test the difference between himself and the Saint Realm. This was because he had predicted that after he stepped into the Saint Realm, with the help of the divine armament and the 6 realms mirrors, as well as the various poisons he had refined, he believed that he should be able to barely fight against the Saint Realm. At the very least, he would not be killed by the Saint Realm, and would be able to exchange a few blows. And against the Saint King realm, he had to have enough confidence to defeat them. Hearing that it would take tens of billions of heaven beads, Shan Jini immediately calmed down. She did not have that many heaven beads left, and she did not even have her freedom. She was still Xinxiang's female slave. Grandpa Du, is there any way to lure Wu Hong to the Saint Profound Star? Xinxiang said. Du Hai knew that Xinxiang had the Shen family behind him, so killing Wu Hong was not a problem at all. Therefore, he was very relieved to tell Xinxiang, I just happen to have a stage 6 profound fire holy fruit that he has always wanted. As long as you release the news that you want to auction the stage 6 profound fire holy fruit, he will immediately take action. Du Hai handed a box to Xinxiang and said, Take it. Think of a way to fish him out. Thank you, Grandpa Du. After Xinxiang received it, he happily thanked him. Shan Jini looked at this scene in shock. She had collected the Saint King Yuandan's medicinal ingredients for so long, so she naturally knew the value of a stage 6 holy fruit. Du Hai actually gave it to her just like that, and it was to fish Wu Hong out. Let's go, Zhini. Shen Xiang pulled Shinjini and left. He immediately used the Great Kuan Sex transmission array to head to the Canglan Sea City, and then arrived at Zhua Hao's courtyard. Young master, you want to help me take revenge on Wu Hong? Shen Zhini also thought that Shen Xiang had the Shen family behind him. With the Shen family strength, it might really be possible. She now believed that Shen Xiang had a very important position in the Shen family. Otherwise, Du Hai would not be so good to Shen Xiang. Wu Hong is the #1 sacred alchemist in the Heavenless Divine Palace, right? Shen Xiang laughed. That's right. He has a high position in the Heavenless Divine Palace. Shen Zhini. Then he must be very rich. Shen Xiang laughed. I want to rob him. Shen Zhini didn't expect Shen Xiang to have such thoughts. When the time comes, you and I will be enough. Shen Xiang said, and I want to use Wu Hong to do something. Shen Xiang had captured the All Heavens Saint Child. He had always wanted to use the All Heavens Saint Child to threaten the All Heavens Palace, but he had never thought of a good way to do so. If he captured Wu Hong and allowed the Demon Shadow's divine soul to enter Wu Hong's body, he could use Wu Hong's name to blackmail the All Heavens Palace. Shen Zhini did not think too much about it, thinking that Shen Xiang really wanted to help her take revenge on Wu Hong and get some heavenly jewels at the same time. Just the two of us? Young master, you have just stepped into the Saint Monarch realm, right? And I'm only at the peak of the Sage Monarch realm. We can't beat him. Shen Zhini shook her head. What if you enter the Saint King realm? Shen Xiang brought Shen Zhini to a small building in the courtyard. This was specially arranged for him by Zhua Hao, and it was very quiet. I have no hope of stepping into the Saint King realm. Shen Zhini sighed. Stepping into the Saint King realm depends on one's comprehension ability. It's impossible to do so without enduring for hundreds or thousands of years. Give me those medicinal ingredients. Shen Xiang opened an elegant pill refining room and said, You are also my little maid, so it's fine for me to let you experience my abilities. Shen Zhini took out the 3 medicinal ingredients. They were 2 holy fruits and a palm-sized flower. She said, Young master, what exactly do you want to do? Grandpa Du said that the Saint King Yuan Dan's medicinal ingredients are very rare. Even he doesn't have them. Shen Xiang said, At least that Wu Hong didn't cheat you and didn't use fake medicinal ingredients to fool you. But what's the use? These 3 medicinal ingredients aren't old enough, and they're all about to die. Shen Zhini sighed in disappointment. Shen Xiang took out the world-defying God furnace, as well as many lifeless heavenly dew that he had condensed. Through the world-defying God furnace, he could refine many lifeless heavenly dew beads together, allowing him to refine higher quality ones. The lifeless heavenly dew beads could allow medicinal ingredients to grow quickly or allow medicinal ingredients to regenerate. For example, if a holy fruit was cut into 2 halves and enough lifeless heavenly dew was poured into the 2 halves of the holy fruit, then one would be able to obtain 2 holy fruits in the end. In the past, it was the dragon saliva kung fu within the Azure Dragon Divine Kung Fu that Shen Xiang used to create and replicate many precious medicinal ingredients. But now the lifeless heavenly dew beads were even more useful, and if they were refined through the world-defying God furnace, the quality would be even higher. In the end, Shen Xiang refined an extremely high-quality, lifeless heavenly dew bead and placed it into a large jar. He poured a large amount of liquid condensed from Daoyuan holy power into the large jar. This way, he would be able to obtain a large amount of lifeless heavenly dew. Chapter 4258. Shen Xiang could already refine a 5th step holy pellet a long time ago. He had previously refined a 5th step holy power dan, and he had relied on the 5th step holy power dan to quickly break through. To Shen Xiang, as long as it was a 5th step holy pellet, it was all the same. So refining a holy king yuan dan was not a problem at all. Is that really possible? Although Shan Jini asked this, he already believed that Shen Xiang could refine it. Shen Xiang had just revived her medicinal ingredients and even made them become 20,000 years old. The most inconceivable thing was that Shen Xiang had even made a copy of it. She did not know where Shen Xiang's pearl came from. She only knew that it was definitely Shen Xiang's biggest secret. Then let's begin immediately. Right? How many St. King Yuan Dan do you usually need to eat to break through? Shen Xiang asked. One is enough. The prerequisite is that the quality is passable. If the quality is too poor, then 2 pills will be needed. Shen Jini said, Young master, should I go out? Will I disturb you concocting pills here? There's no need to go out, just watch from here. It's just refining a 5th step holy pellet. What's so difficult about it? Shen Xiang looked at the medicinal ingredients and first used his own Daoyuan holy power to nurture them, then placed them into the world, defying God furnace. Young master, was your alchemy taught by the principal of the Sacred Elixir Academy? Shen Jini asked curiously. Only now did she know that Shen Xiang was extremely resourceful. She knew why a divine beast like Bai Jinjin would follow Shen Xiang and treat Shen Xiang so well. No, I knew how to do it. Shen Xiang did not say much. This is a pill furnace. Isn't this what Sister Shui Yi and Jinjin cooked before? Shen Jini was very shocked. Shen Xiang planned to use this furnace to concoct pills. Don't underestimate this pill furnace of mine. It's very powerful. Shen Xiang laughed, then closed the lid and began concocting pills. 1 set of herbs can refine a Saint King Yuan pill. If the quality is good enough, I can step into the Saint King realm. Shen Jini watched from the side and sighed softly. Even if I step into the Saint King realm, I still can't beat Wu Hong. He is at the peak of the Saint King realm. There's still me. Shen Xiang grinned. Don't underestimate me. You can't even beat me. Shen Jini muttered. She had fought with Shen Xiang before. At that time, she thought that Shen Xiang would not be able to beat her. Although she lost to Shen Xiang in the end, she did not use her full strength. That's under the condition that I don't use equipment. If I use equipment to use poison, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died. Shen Xiang laughed. He had already started to refine pills, looking very relaxed. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful your equipment is, how powerful can it be? I also have divine equipment and divine equipment from the deity realm. That Wu Hong is the #1 saint alchemist of the Heavenless God Palace. He definitely has them too. Shen Jini said. Then I'll ask for another helper. Shen Xiang took out the communication talisman and contacted Hua Gangyan. Although Hua Gangyan was at the early stage of the Saint King realm, if he was called, he might be of some use. After all, he was from the devouring poison demon clan and was quite skilled in using poison. What's the cultivation of the helper? Shen Jini said. Your Shen family has so many experts. Can't you just call a few peak Saint Kings? She still felt that Shen Xiang calling the experts of the Shen family was the most reliable. For this kind of thing, the fewer people the better. Besides, I want to use the Holy Son of all heavens to blackmail the All Heavens Palace. When the time comes, I will do it in the name of Wu Hong. Naturally, I can't let too many people know about this. Shen Xiang chuckled. Ah, Shen Jini did not expect Shen Xiang to be planning this kind of thing. To tell you the truth, when I captured the Holy Son of all heavens, I really didn't know that he had a spirit endowment. At that time, I captured him to blackmail the All Heavens Palace. Shen Xiang said, later on, I found out that he had a spirit endowment, so I shelved the blackmail plan. If it goes smoothly, you can indeed make the All Heavens Palace pay a great price. I'm just afraid that the process is too dangerous, and you will put yourself in danger. Shen Jini shook her head. It's too dangerous, it's not worth it. She knew very well how important the Holy Son of all heavens was to the All Heavens Palace. The All Heavens Palace would definitely do anything to get the Holy Son of All Heavens back and then take revenge on the kidnapper. Xin Xiang smiled but did not say anything. He already had a complete set of plans. Hua Gangyan was hiding. He also knew how powerful Xin Xiang was. So when Xin Xiang asked him to meet, he immediately agreed to come. Shen Xiang also needed Hua Gangyan's help. After all, he was very familiar with the All Heavens Palace and knew the situation of the All Heavens Palace. Shen Zhini squatted there, hugging her knees and staring blankly at Xin Xiang's pill furnace. If the Saint King Yuan pill was successfully refined, then she could quickly become a Saint King. This was the goal she had dreamed of for a long time. From when Du Hai said that there was a problem with her herbs to when Shen Xiang restored her herbs and helped her refine the Saint King Yuan pill, it could be said that during this period there were great ups and downs. Chapter 40:259. His alchemy skills were all right. This was the most ridiculous thing Xin Zhini had ever heard. How could this be just all right? It was simply unparalleled in the world. Is this really a Saint King Yuan Dan? And it's even a King grade one. Are you sure it's not a Saint Energy Dan? Shen Zhini had previously learned that Shen Xiang had refined Saint Energy Dan before, and that he had refined several of them in one furnace, all of which were of King grade. Won't you know after eating one? Xin Xiang laughed. It's not that I'm bragging, but in the world-defying stage universe, no one knows more about pills than I do. While speaking, Xin Xiang handed a pill to Xin Zhini and continued, If you don't break through after eating one, then eat another. After Shen Zhini received it, she carefully looked at the Saint King Yuan Dan that she had always dreamed of. It was so beautiful, emitting a dreamy golden light, which made her feel that it was unreal. She carefully placed the holy pellet into her mouth and swallowed it. Very quickly, she felt a very violent movement from the Dao Yuan crystal in her body. The medicinal power is very strong. Xin Zhini immediately confirmed that this was a real Saint King Yuan Dan, and it was indeed a King grade one. This extremely strong medicinal power made her feel extremely excited. Hurry up and refine it. Xin Xiang laughed. When you step into the Saint King realm, you can go and deal with Wu Hong. Shan Xiang only had a few tens of billions of heavenly jewels in his hands. Next, he would have to go to the Tsanglan Sea Cucumber and fight a great battle. Therefore, before the battle broke out in the Tsanglan Sea, he had to gather as many heavenly jewels as possible. For a number one saint alchemist like Wu Hong, he must be extremely rich, so he naturally became Shen Xiang's target. Shen Zhini still needed some time to refine the Saint King Yuan Dan, so Xin Xiang did not leave the room. Instead, he took out the communication talisman and contacted Xin Ziqing, the great clan elder of the Xin family. Great clan elder, I want to ask if you know anything about the seal of the clan king? Xin Xiang asked. The seal seems to be able to break through demons and suppress evil spirits. I've heard the patriarch say that if the seal pattern is imprinted on a blank talisman paper or a weapon, it can break and suppress evil spirits. Xin Ziqing replied, Patriarch, this is only useful when dealing with evil spirits. So that's how it is, Shen Xiang said. It doesn't seem to be very useful. It's very useful. In the saint domain, the strongest power is the demonic energy. Xin Ziqing said, This is what the patriarch said back then. He said that there will be a day when the sacred domain will face the invasion of an extremely powerful evil force. Since Shen Tianhu had cultivated the Heaven Extended method, he could naturally predict the future as well. So what he said was definitely true. Oh, right, Grand Elder. How much do you know about soul bestowment? How do I make the soul endowment manifest? Xin Xiang asked. Clan King, do you have a spirit bestowment? Shen Ziqing was secretly shocked because even Shen Tianhu did not have a spirit bestowment. But Xin Xiang actually had one. Yeah, but I don't know much about soul bestowment, Xin Xiang said. Right now, I urgently need to understand how to cultivate soul bestowment. If soul bestowment wants to become stronger, it's impossible to do so through one's own cultivation. The increase in one's own cultivation has a negligible effect on soul bestowment. Shen Ziqing said, if you want to cultivate soul bestowment, you still have to use your soul to nurture your soul, and use your soul to strengthen your soul. So you have to use your own soul to cultivate soul bestowment? Xinxiang frowned. How do you cultivate it? I'm not sure about the specifics, but this is what the patriarch said back then. Because he doesn't have a soul bestowment, he doesn't know much about the process of soul bestowment's cultivation, Shen Ziqing said. However, he did say that soul bestowment will be the most powerful and mysterious innate ability in the world-defying universe. Then I roughly understand, Shenxiang said. Thank you, Grand Elder. We'll see you later. You're welcome. Oh, right, Clan King. Do you have a wife? I can help you. Make some arrangements. Our Shen family has many people with different surnames and many outstanding women. Shen Ziqing laughed. Great Clan Elder, you don't have to worry about me. Xinxiang laughed. I can take care of it myself. Shanxiang immediately disconnected the communication talisman. He never thought that the great Clan Elder, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, would actually use this move on him. After putting away the communication talisman, he saw Shinjini sitting there cultivating. Her entire body was covered in flames, and her clothes had already been burned to ashes by the flames that surged out from her body. Her current flames were extremely strong, to the point that they could actually burn holy-level equipment and clothes. When Shenxiang saw it, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, he was worried that it would affect Shinjini, so he turned his head away. Young master, the flames on my body didn't burn you, right? Shinjini asked. Chapter 4260. Xinxiang didn't need the Saint King Yuan pill yet, so he was considering selling it in exchange for a large number of heaven beads. If he needed it, he could refine it immediately because he already had a set of herbs in his hands. Through the lifeless heavenly dew, he could duplicate more herbs needed to refine the Saint King Yuan pill. Hua Gangyan suddenly contacted him at this time. Boss Shin, I've come to Sanglan Sea City. Hua Gangyan said, where are you? I'll go find you. Xinxiang told Hua Gangyan his location and asked Chua how to arrange for someone to pick him up. Shinjini gradually woke up. She had already stepped into the Saint King realm, and the Tao Essence Saint Force in her body had obviously become much stronger. She stood up and looked coldly at her palms. At this moment, she was releasing pale golden flames that illuminated her cold and beautiful face. Through the flames released from her palms, she could clearly feel that she had become much stronger. The warmth released by the flames also caused a warm smile to appear on her beautiful face. Many thanks, young master. After Shen Jini finished speaking, she took off the robe that Xinxiang had draped over her body and returned it to Xinxiang. She was tall and had long hair that draped over her shoulders. She stood there straight, and the saint light around her body shone brightly, filled with a strange charm. She took out a white dress and slowly put it on, not minding that Xinxiang was watching from the side. Jini, how much stronger are you now? You have dual Dao Yuan crystals. You shouldn't be afraid of facing a peak Saint King, right? Xinxiang said, I've become a lot stronger. Speaking of which, if it weren't for young master's good quality Saint King Yuan pill, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to break through. Jiniki combed her long hair that hung in front of her chest. Although she was cold, she looked slightly charming at this moment. Is it because you have dual Dao Yuan crystals? Xinxiang smiled and said, It doesn't matter if you don't break through. I still have 3 Saint King Yuan pills in my hands. I didn't think about my dual Dao Yuan crystals before. Fortunately, the Saint King Yuan pills refined by young master are of excellent quality. Otherwise, I would need to eat 2 pills to break through. Jini nodded gently. Previously, when she became Xinxiang's slave, she was somewhat unconvinced. But now, she completely recognized Xinxiang. This was because she knew that Xinxiang was a super golden thigh. If he could easily refine a king grade, level 5, holy pill with this kind of cultivation, then what would happen in the future? She now understood why Xinxiang was able to break through so quickly. He must have been crazily eating the pills she refined. Then there was Xinxiang's ability to replicate medicinal herbs, which was the most heaven-defying ability. When she was cultivating just now, Shen Jini repeatedly thought about Xinxiang. She concluded that Xinxiang couldn't be a teenager. She suspected that Xinxiang was most likely a reincarnated powerhouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to grasp such a high-level alchemy technique. As for facing someone at the peak of the Saint King realm, I'm not sure I can win now, but at least I won't be in a difficult situation. Shen Jini said, after you broke through to the Saint King realm, your skin seems to be much better. Let me touch it. Xinxiang walked over with a smile. He didn't touch anywhere. He only touched Shen Jini's face and her soft jade hands. Shen Jini also gradually had an inexplicable good impression of Xinxiang, because Xinxiang could have been unscrupulous with her, but Xinxiang always maintained a bottom line. This confirmed her previous guess about Xinxiang's age, because this kind of determination was not something a young man could have. Young master, I seem to feel that your soul is different. Shen Jini had a strong intuition. This was also one of her soul's abilities. Is your soul's ability that powerful? It's actually, you can tell that my soul's ability is different. Xinxiang laughed. It hasn't even been that long. Shen Jini said in surprise, Young master, what did your soul's ability experience? Xinxiang had always been in this room with her, right by her side, but Xinxiang's soul's ability had changed so much. My soul's ability can appear. Xinxiang said, Let me see. Shen Jini closed her eyes and placed her hand on Xinxiang's face to sense it. Not long after it started, she let out a scream and then retreated a few steps in fear. Just now she saw a very huge eye. Chapter 42:61. After the clear mind eye appeared, he seemed to be able to see even more things. He could even see other people's souls. This meant that he would be able to quickly see if it was an avatar or not, because if it was an avatar, it would only have a very weak soul. Then, Xinxiang looked outside the door. There is a black shadow there. The devil's shadow divine soul is guarding outside the door. Now he can see the devil's shadow divine soul even more clearly. Young master! Shen Jini called out softly. After Xinxiang closed his clear mind eye, he saw that Shen Jini's expression is somewhat ugly. Jini, what's wrong? Xinxiang asked. I don't know, I was very scared just now. Shen Jini wiped the sweat on her face and said, My soul seems to be trembling. Now that you have the clear mind eye, can you see more different things? I can see that you have 2 Dao Yuan crystals. Previously, I only sensed it when I was fighting with you. Now I can see it directly. Xinxiang thought for a moment and said, Also, there is red energy in your soul. Is that so? Then can I also let my soul be absorbed and then let my soul be revealed? Shen Jini said in pleasant surprise. Of course not. The process of promoting the absorption of soul is very complicated. Xinxiang said, Before I can figure out the red soul energy, you must not act recklessly. Why? There shouldn't be any problem. Shen Jini is very persistent about her soul because she really wants to know what kind of soul she has. What if the red energy is very important to you? My soul can be without the red energy, but you can't be without it, Xinxiang said. Also, to promote the absorption of the red energy, you need your own soul to be strong enough. Xinxiang's soul is very strong. Shen Jini has personally experienced it. After saying that, Xinxiang began to set up a barrier in the room and then let the devil's shadow divine soul patrol outside. Young master, what are you doing? Shen Jini asked. My soul has revealed itself. I want to see if I can devour the Holy Sun's dual soul, Xin Xiang said with a smile. If I succeed in devouring, wouldn't it be better to go and extort the All-Heaven Palace? When the time comes, I can throw a crippled saint of the All-Heavens to them. That'll infuriate them to death. Looking at Shen Xiang's smile, Shinjini felt that her master was a demon. After such a series of actions, the All-Heavens Palace would definitely explode in anger. Shen Xiang released the Holy Sun of all heavens from the divine mirror of 6 paths, and then opened his eyes wide to look at the Holy Sun of all heavens. Sure enough, he saw 2 dim balls of light in the souls of the all-heaven saints. It was like a flower bud that was about to bloom. This was the soul endowment in an unawakened state. Furthermore, the souls of the all-heaven saints were also very peculiar. Shen Xiang was only able to see other people's souls after opening his heart's eye. The souls of the saints were located at the head. The souls of ordinary people looked like a translucent bubble with many thin threads inside. However, the saints of the all heavens had a double bubble, and there was another bubble within the bubble. What a guy, he has 2 sets of souls. Xin Xiang was secretly shocked. After careful observation, he discovered that the souls of the all heavens saints were not simple. This was because there were obvious traces of external interference, and there were all kinds of deeply hidden imprints in the souls. Were the souls of the all heavens saints refined by others? If that was the case, then the all heaven saints were very likely to be a special soul endowment vessel. Let's try to seize the soul endowment. Shen Xiang concentrated and poured strong consciousness into the heart's eye in his soul endowment sea. He gave the heart's eye a strong consciousness. Then he locked onto the 2 unawakened soul endowments of the all-heaven saints and devoured them. Shinjini, who was watching from the side, saw the eyes of the all-heaven saints gradually emitting a white light, and then 2 faint balls of white light floated out. The soul endowments of the all-heaven saints were leaving their own souls. Shinjini was very envious. She was also very clear that if she did not have a strong enough soul, she would not be able to do this at all. She could now sense the pressure of Shen Xiang's powerful soul endowment. It was very terrifying. The saint of all heavens had been knocked unconscious before, so he did not know what was happening. The process of the soul endowment leaving the body was not painful, so the saint of all heavens was very quiet. Chapter 4262. Master, the process of contacting the All Heavens Palace is very dangerous. Moreover, we don't know enough about the All Heavens Palace, so we don't know how to contact the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace. Shinjini said. Although she was the heavenless holy maiden, with her status, it was difficult for her to contact the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace. Don't worry, I found a helper. It was that guy who asked me to kidnap the All Heavens holy maiden. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have known that the holy maiden was a treasure. Xin Xiang said with a smile. Hua Gangyan was already downstairs. He didn't know the specific reason Xin Xiang called him over. Shan Xiang only said that he needed his help with something important. Xin Xiang was afraid that Hua Gangyan would be scared and hide, so he didn't say the specific reason. That's good. Shenjini was also curious. Who asked Xin Xiang to kidnap the holy maiden? This person must be a talent. People with such thoughts were not ordinary people. Shen Xiang brought Shinjini down to the living room on the first floor. Hua Gangyan was drinking tea with his legs crossed. When he saw Shan Xiang come down, he just smiled. However, when he saw the heavenless holy maiden behind Xin Xiang, he spat out a mouthful of tea and stood up in shock. Heavenless holy maiden! Hua Gangyan shouted in shock. Heavenless divine palace is looking for you everywhere. She's mine now, Shen Xiang said with a smile, then gently caressed Shinjini's face. Ah, awesome. Boss Shin is awesome. Hua Gangyan gave Xin Xiang a thumbs up and praised sincerely. Boss Hua, you look good. Haven't been too frightened during this time? Shen Xiang said with a smile. No. Hua Gangyan looked at Shinjini from time to time. Shinjini, was wearing a simple and elegant dress. Her expression was cold, but she was standing beside Xinxiang, looking very obedient. When Hua Gangyan saw Shanjini like this, he admired Xinxiang even more. He knew that Xinxiang was very powerful, but he didn't expect Xinxiang to be able to conquer Skyless Saintess. "Boss Xin, why are you looking for me?" Hua Gangyan said, "The All Heavens Palace is very anxious these days. They are also looking for me everywhere." "Are you the Manor Lord of the Heavenly Indulgence Manor?" Shen Zhenyi suddenly remembered that she had seen this person once before. "That's me. I've seen Heavenless Saintess a few times before, but you don't remember me." Hua Gangyan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Saintess. I won't say a word about you and Boss Shin." Shinjini also did not expect that the one who instigated Xinxiang to kidnap the Holy Son of all Heavens was actually Hua Gangyan. She naturally knew that Hua Gangyan was from All Heaven's Palace, and was even a famous holy king. "Boss Hua, your previous plan should be perfect, right?" Xinxiang smiled and said, "I want to start implementing your plan now." "What plan? What plan?" Hua Gangyan was frightened by Xinxiang's words and exclaimed, "Boss Xin, are you serious?" "Of course," Xinxiang said. "I'm in urgent need of a large number of heavenly jewels. Only the All Heavens Palace can give me that." "But the Palace Master of the All Heavens Palace is already on the Saint Xian star." "I didn't expect the Palace Master to come personally." Hua Gangyan knew that he couldn't run away. Today he must cooperate with Xinxiang. "What was your previous plan?" Xinxiang didn't ask Hua Gangyan, but he knew that Hua Gangyan must have thought about it carefully. "It's very simple. I just want to contact the people of the All Heavens Palace and tell them that the Holy Prince is in our hands. Then, I'll use the communication talisman to negotiate with them," Hua Gingyan said. "But now that the Palace Master of the All Heavens Palace is here, the process won't be so easy." "Then have you thought about how to negotiate with the Palace Master of the All Heavens Palace?" Xinxiang asked. "I've thought about it, but the Palace Master is too strong. My few ideas won't work. The key is how to meet. When we meet, we have to sign a soul contract to ensure our safety. This is very important. Otherwise, even if we get the ransom, we will be chased endlessly by them." Hua Gangyan shook his head and said, "Have you heard of Wu Hong?" Xinxiang asked. "Wu Hong, the #1 saint alchemist of the Heavenless God Palace?" Hua Gangyan looked at Shenjini and said, "Of course I've heard of him. He's a big shot. This is a rank 6 holy fruit." Shanxiang said with smile, "This is what Wu Hong has always wanted. Do you have a way to pass this news to his ears? We can fish him out." "What, you still want to capture Wu Hong?" Hua Gangyan said with a bitter face. "This will completely offend the Heavenless God Palace." "So what? I've already offended them." Xinxiang said with a grin, "It doesn't make a difference to offend them again. Don't worry, I won't expose you." All right. I've already boarded your pirate ship. What else can I say?" Hua Gangyan took out a recording crystal and recorded the rank 6 holy fruit in Xinxiang's hand. Chapter 42-63. Xinxiang told Shinjini the news that Hua Gangyan had sent him. Not Wu Hong's disciple, just his alchemy apprentice. His cultivation is at the mid to late stage of the Saint King realm. Shinjini frowned and said, "If I deal with one of them, I should be able to fight. But if both of them come together, I won't be able to beat them." "There's no need to fight them." Xinxiang laughed and said, "Let me tell you, the poisons that I, your young master, am releasing now are equivalent to rank 5 or rank 6 saint pills. Other than Wu Hong, those 2 alchemy apprentices will definitely be put down very quickly." Shenjini knew that the poison was very powerful, but she had no concept of it because she had never come into contact with a truly terrifying poison. "How strong is it? I don't know much about poison. A small poison can put down a Saint King realm? Then what's the point of us working so hard to cultivate to the Saint King realm?" Shanjini was very skeptical about this. When she was in the Saint King realm, she believed that she could put down a Saint King realm expert, but it was different when she reached the Saint King realm. What's more, Xin Xiang was going to put down Saint Alchemy Master Wu Hong and his alchemy apprentice. Saint Alchemy Masters were not afraid of all kinds of poisons, right? How could they be put down? Just watch. Xin Xiang smiled and said, he was very good at using poison. Those who had never seen it before would not know how terrifying it was. Refining poison was the same as refining pills. As long as the quality of the pills could be refined to the extreme, the power of the poison could also be refined to the extreme. Xin Xiang used all kinds of strange poisons in the past, which was very handy and had killed many people. Nowadays, there were no strange poisons in the world-defying stage universe. Most of the most powerful poisons were naturally formed and everyone used them. There were also people who refined poisons, but they only refined them so that they were easier to control. Xin Xiang was different. He refined naturally formed poisons to be stronger and could control the characteristics of the poison, such as how long the poison would take, how fast the poison would spread, how severe or mild the symptoms would be after being poisoned, and so on. Xin Xiang's poison array used more than half of the poisons that he had carefully refined. With the help of the Demon Spectre Soul, the Saint Soul Puppet, and the poison array, Shan Xiang felt that it would be enough to deal with 3 Saint King Realm Masters. Moreover, he still had 100 demonic ape servants that he hadn't used yet. The leader of the demonic ape servants, the old ape, might only be a saint, but his poison was extremely terrifying. His defense was also very strong. If he were to go all out, it would be very frightening. Xin Xiang's poison array was set up. All that was left was to wait for Wu Hong and the rest to enter the array. Boss Xin, are you ready? Hua Gangyan kept sending messages to Xin Xiang. He was also very worried about Xin Xiang. I've been ready for a long time. Xin Xiang replied. Shan Xiang and Shinjini were inside the small villa, and they had to release their auras so that the people outside could enter. Half a day later, it was nighttime. Wu Hong came. He was an old man with long hair and a long beard, but there was only one alchemy apprentice by his side. This guy even left an alchemy apprentice outside. Xin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Shinjini. He's still quite cautious. Wu Hong was very domineering. He could sense that the auras of the people in the villa weren't strong. Shan Xiang only had the aura of a saint, so he directly rushed in. As soon as he entered, Xin Xiang immediately activated the poison array. A strong wind suddenly blew through the entire villa, filling the air with all kinds of thick mists, poison gas, poison liquid, and so uncovered the entire villa in an instant. It's poison! Wu Hong screamed. Quickly use the poison avoidance technique. The 6 realms mirrors suddenly appeared and rushed towards Wu Hong and the alchemy apprentice, destroying their external equipment so that the poison could enter their bodies. Soon, the screams of an alchemy apprentice could be heard. Zero, although he was called an alchemy apprentice, he was a robust young man at the middle stage of the Saint King realm. After being poisoned, he was in extreme pain and was rolling on the ground. Dean of the Sacred Pill Academy, you damned old thief, are you plotting against me? Wu Hong cursed angrily, because he felt that only Du Hai had the ability to set up such a poison array. It was also at this moment that the demon shadow divine soul discovered the alchemy apprentice hiding outside the villa. He immediately possessed his body to interfere with the alchemy apprentice. Wu Hong, how have you been? Shinjini suddenly spoke. It was Shan Xiang who asked her to speak. Chapter 42-64. Shan Xiang only felt that the number 1 sacred alchemist in the heavenless divine palace should not only have so few heavenly jewels. Jinny, isn't this Wu Hong too poor? Do you think he hid the heavenly jewels somewhere else? Shen Xiang was unwilling to accept this and asked, Young master, Wu Hong is a sacred alchemist. He himself also needs a large amount of resources to cultivate, and he also needs to buy medicinal ingredients. Shinjini said, Although he can get the heavenly jewels, he uses a lot of them himself. Furthermore, he is not the person with the most authority in the heavenless divine palace, so he shouldn't have any other wealth. All right then, looks like I can only ask for it from the All-Heaven Palace. Xinxiang laughed. As long as I succeed in this next round, it will be enough for me to use for a long time. Young master, isn't it enough for you to have more than 100 billion heavenly jewels? Shanjini felt that more than 10 billion was already a lot, but Xinxiang actually felt that it was not enough. Not enough, not enough. Of course, the more heavenly jewels there are, the better. These heavenly jewels are all crystals of energy. As long as there are enough of them, they will be a powerful force. Xinxiang said. Shanjini also knew that there were some great formations that relied on heavenly jewels to activate, but using a great formation to release and gather the energy of the heavenly jewels was too troublesome. Xinxiang had the 6 realms mirrors, so he could quickly absorb the energy of the heavenly jewels and transform it into a powerful force. Therefore, the heavenly jewels were extremely important to him. After taking down Wu Hong, Xinxiang allowed the demon shadow divine soul to familiarize himself with Wu Hong's body as soon as possible. This was because the next step was for the demon shadow divine soul to possess Wu Hong and control him to make a deal with the All-Heaven Palace. When Shanjini saw that Wu Hong had come back to life, she was so scared that she screamed, but she immediately realized that Wu Hong seemed to have changed into a different person. Young master, I'm almost familiar with it. I will definitely do what you instructed me to do. The demon shadow divine soul said from Wu Hong's body. Wait, I'll draw out the poison from Wu Hong's body first. Xinxiang immediately began, and the process was very fast. I'll go to the Kanglin Sea City first and find a place to hide. Then I'll talk to you through communication talisman. The demon shadow divine soul said. All right, go ahead. Xinxiang nodded. After the demon shadow divine soul possessed Wu Hong, it could still unleash the power of Wu Hong's body, so Xinxiang was not worried. Seeing this Wu Hong leave, the shocked Shinjini asked, Young master, just now, was that still Wu Hong? No. Xinxiang smiled and said, You haven't seen it before, right? Wu Hong was possessed by a soul, so there's nothing to be surprised about. Soul possession? If a soul attaches itself to a new body, it will take a very long time to adapt. Shinjini naturally had some understanding of this matter. It was not that she had not seen the world. The strength of the devil's shadow divine soul was that after possessing the body, it could use the fastest speed to adapt. So Shinjini was very surprised. My soul friend is different, so he can do it, Xinxiang said. Don't worry, my soul friend will not act rashly. He will fully cooperate with me. All right, since the heavenless divine palace has been capturing me, it doesn't matter if I offend them. I'm not afraid of the heavenless divine palace knowing about my current situation. Shanjini said. She now felt that following Xinxiang was much better. When she was in the heavenless divine palace, the upper echelons all wanted to obtain her soul. Because there was no other way, they could only use the method of borrowing. She had to fall in love with her. So many old fellows in the heavenless divine palace were chasing after her, which made her feel extremely disgusted. But Xinxiang was different. She felt that Xinxiang was very good-looking and had more potential. So before she was taken in as a female slave by Xinxiang, she had already decided to develop a good relationship with Xinxiang. After becoming Xinxiang's female slave, because of the soul contract, she was unable to betray Xinxiang. That was why she knew many of Xinxiang's secrets, and understood that Xinxiang was not as simple as she had imagined. She felt that she had a good eye. Previously, she had thought highly of Xinxiang, but she had still greatly underestimated Xinxiang. Xinxiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and flew back to Songlan Sea City with Shinjini. This flying magic treasure also made Shinjini secretly envious. It was difficult to fly in the sacred domain, and Xinxiang's flying magic treasure could fly so fast, which was very convenient. Xin Xiang returned to Zhua Hao's courtyard and met up with Hua Gangyan. Next, Hua Gangyan began to communicate with the demonic shadow's divine soul. Hua Gangyan guided the demon shadow divine soul to find the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace, and then negotiated with them. Shen Xiang had already given one of the Holy Sun's ears to the demon shadow divine soul, asking him to bring it to the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace, so that the other party would be convinced. Hua Gangyan had already figured out the movements of the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace. Although the All Heavens Palace Master was in the Saint Profound Star, he was not in the Canglan Sea City, but had gone to the Canglan Sea. Now that there was only one elder of the All Heavens Palace in the Canglan Sea City, Wu Hong only needed to find him and pass on the message. Chapter 42, 65. Xin Xiang was very generous. After all, when he kidnapped the Holy Son of all heavens, not only did he get a large number of heavenly jewels, the most valuable thing was the pair of unawakened soul potentials. The value of the soul potentials was immeasurable. Xin Xiang had made a huge profit. In the end, Hua Gangyan only accepted 10 billion heavenly jewels. He knew that Xin Xiang was powerful, so he didn't dare to accept too much from Xin Xiang in case he couldn't sleep well. Hua Gangyan also said that he would disappear for a while to avoid the limelight. He walked quickly and left without looking back. As for how the All Heavens Palace would react after seeing the Holy Son of all heavens, Shen Xiang didn't know, but the All Heavens Palace would definitely be angry for a long time. Young Master, the All Heavens Palace probably won't find out about the soul potentials so soon. Shinjini said, maybe they think that it's a good thing that the Holy Son of all heavens has been made into a fool. At least it's easier to control. That's right, but no matter what, they should be very angry now. They were extorted by Wu Hong of All Heavens Palace for no reason. I wonder if they will still cooperate with Heavenless Divine Palace. Xin Xiang said with a smile. Wu Hong is Wu Hong, Heavenless Divine Palace is Heavenless Divine Palace. They will still distinguish clearly. Shen Jini said, Heavenless Divine Palace will definitely abandon Wu Hong. After all, they can offend All Heavens Palace. Shen Xiang now had about 850 billion heavenly jewels, but he felt that it was still not enough. Jini, I want to sell 3 Saint King origin pills in Canglan Sea City. Where is it easier to sell? How much do you think the price will be? Shen Xiang asked. Young Master, you're crazy. Shen Jini suddenly felt that what she said was inappropriate, so she quickly changed her words. You can't sell the Saint King origin pills. How can you sell this kind of pill so casually? She really couldn't understand why Xin Xiang needed so many heavenly jewels. Why can't I sell them? If I sell 3 pills at most, it will give birth to 3 Saint Kings. It won't be a threat to me. Xin Xiang said with a smile, All right, there's a blue pill building in Azure Wave Sea City. That's the place to buy and sell medicinal pills. Shan Jini said, I used to go there often to buy pills. The overall situation is not bad, and I can also handle large transactions. Azure Pill Building? Which power did they belong to? There should be a powerful force behind this kind of business. Xin Xiang asked. I don't know. Anyway, it's not the Heavenless Divine Palace, nor the All Heavens Hall. Shanjini shook his head and said, I haven't investigated it thoroughly either. Besides, the Azure Pill Building is very reliable. Nothing has happened yet. Then let's go. We'll go to the Azure Pill Building now. Xin Xiang put on his mask and walked out of the room. When he arrived at the compound, he saw Zhua Hao. Young Master, are you still going out this late? Zhua Hao asked. It was already night, but the Azure Pill Building was open all day. Oh, right, Uncle Zhua. What kind of power is behind the Azure Pill Building? Xin Xiang asked. Have you investigated? You want to go to the Azure Pill Building? Zhua Hao laughed. It belongs to our Shen family. Xin Xiang knew that the Shen family did not lack heavenly jewels, but he did not want to take them from the Shen family because they were all painstakingly accumulated by the Shin family, so he could not take them. His heavenly jewels were mainly used to feed the 6 realms mirrors and the world-defying god furnace. It consumed a lot of energy and was also a waste, so he had to earn it himself. So the Azure Pill building belongs to the Shun family. Shun Jinni was a little surprised, but she was also curious. Shun Xiang claimed to be the Shun family's clan king, so why did he have to earn heavenly jewels himself? The Shun family was such a huge power, so there must be a lot of heavenly jewels. Shin Xiang could ask for them as he pleased. It's good that it's the Shen family. I want to go there for a stroll. Shen Xiang did not say that he was going to sell pills and laughed. I am an alchemist. I want to broaden my horizons. World. The Azure Pill Building is a place where our Shen family collects medicinal pellets or rope in alchemist. Young master, please keep it a secret and don't let the secret of the Azure Pill Building be exposed. Zhua Hao warned. No problem, no problem. Shen Xiang laughed, then pulled Shin Jinni and left. Shan Jinni controlled a large carriage and drove towards the Azure Pill Building. Young master, why didn't you ask the Shen family for the heavenly jewels? The Saint King Yuan Dan in your hands is so good, it's a pity to sell it to someone else. Shan Jinni was a little reluctant to part with the Saint King Yuan Dan. Jinni, I'm already used to refining pills to sell. Shin Xiang caressed her face and laughed. You saw it too. It's not difficult for me to refine these pills, so there's nothing to be reluctant about. Even if Shen Jinni knew, she still felt that the Saint King Yuan Dan was very rare and should not be sold just like that. However, she could not say anything now. The Azure Pill Building was built in the middle of a villa. It was a square tower with a total of over 100 floors. It was tall and magnificent. Chapter 4266. Shen Xiang was extremely confident in his ability to hide his aura. Fu Yuya definitely wouldn't be able to recognize him through his aura. In addition, with the mask covering his face and Fu Yuya not having the ability to see through things, she wouldn't be able to see his handsome face. Could it be that Jinni leaked her aura? Shin Xiang pulled Shin Jinni's hand and said, Did she recognize you? Who is this person? I seem to have seen her before, but I don't remember. Shen Jinni also found it strange. Shin Xiang was a little speechless. Not long ago, she was in the same camp as Fu Yuya. Not long ago, she had forgotten about her. However, this wasn't strange. Shen Jinni was very arrogant even now. After Shen Jinni was taken in as a female slave by Shin Xiang, she was like a maid in front of her master. However, she was still a high and mighty saintess to others with low cultivation. For example, Fu Yuya and Ku Qiutong, who were walking in front of her, had never been placed in Shen Jinni's eyes. The people in the 10th floor lobby also looked at Fu Yuya and Ku Qiutong walking over. They also wanted to know why these two cold beauties were walking over. Fu Yuya came in front of Shin Xiang, but did not approach him. She deliberately kept a distance. Why are you wearing a mask? Fu Yuya asked Shin Xiang coldly. Shin Xiang didn't answer Fu Yuya. He couldn't be bothered with this woman. As long as he wasn't recognized, he didn't want to care about anything. He pulled Shin Jinni and walked towards a counter. His main purpose here was to sell the Saint King Yuan pills. However, Fu Yuya stretched out her hand to stop Shin Xiang and shouted, Stop! Shin Xiang didn't know what was wrong with Fu Yuya. Why did she stop him? Everyone present, have you heard of the legendary young man from the Great Kuan sect? Fu Yuya turned to look at the others in the lobby and asked loudly. Shin Xiang was secretly shocked. Did Fu Yuya really recognize him? Are you talking about Shin Xiang, the one who used the taboo divine art? Shen Xiang used a taboo technique and mastered the art of alchemy and talisman. He is indeed a legendary figure, and he even defeated the Saint of Wutian. After the Heavenless Saintess was defeated, she went missing. Obviously, she was shocked. Everyone present had heard about Shin Xiang. Then do you all know why Xinxiang is so heaven-defying? Fu Yuya asked again. Everyone had their own opinions. Some said that Xinxiang was gifted. Some said that Xinxiang had mastered some kind of secret technique. And some said that Xinxiang was actually an old man who had been reborn after death. Let me tell everyone. Xinxiang cultivated the taboo divine technique, which is why he mastered that kind of evil pill talisman technique. Fu Yuya said loudly, the reason why it is called the taboo magic is because the cultivation method of that kind of cultivation method is extremely evil. It requires one to devour a large number of hearts and souls in order to cultivate it. After everyone heard this, they were silent for a moment before they started cursing and criticizing him. Xinxiang found it very funny. Eating people was very common in the sacred region. For example, the All Heavens Palace camp liked to eat people. More than half of the people present might have eaten people before. However, they still had to pretend on the surface so that they could criticize Xinxiang. This kind of devil who cultivates the taboo divine art is right in front of us. Fu Yuya pointed at Xinxiang and shouted as she slowly retreated into the crowd. Everyone immediately panicked and made a lot of noise. How did you recognize me? Xinxiang took off his mask, revealing his handsome face as he asked with a smile. He was not flustered at all. Seeing his incomparably handsome appearance, some of the girls present could not help but take a few more glances. They were even somewhat moved. I recognized you based on your height. Fu Yuya said coldly. Xinxiang, I didn't expect you to dare run around. The matter of you in the Azure Pill Hall will soon spread. Let's see how you run. Chapter 42:67. If it was just Shenjini going over and giving Fu Yuya a slap, it would be too easy. Xinxiang felt that this would also benefit Fu Yuya and the son of the Tsongdan building master. Xinxiang had a way to make Fu Yuya and that young Master Lin even more uncomfortable, and he didn't even need to make a move. Shen, did you hear that? You told you to scram. Are you still not going to scram? The son of the Tsongdan building master, young Master Lin, stared at Xinxiang fiercely and shouted, Young Master Lin, can you make the decision in the Tsongdan building? Xinxiang asked. Of course, I can make the decision. Young Master Lin acted like a big boss and shouted arrogantly, I, young Master Lin, still have a lot of weight in the Tsongdan building. If I tell you to scram, then you have to scram. The others did not say anything, and the staff members at the counter who were in charge of purchasing pills were all frowning slightly. This was because the rules of the Tsongdan building were extremely strict. Especially when treating guests, one had to be polite. Xinxiang did not cause any trouble when he came to the Tsongdan building. Instead, it was this young Master Lin who was making a ruckus. Xinxiang, why aren't you scramming? Or are you afraid? Ku Qiutong, who was at the side, sneered. How about this? You kneel down and beg Sister Yuya and young Master Lin. They might let you stay here for a few more days. If you want to continue staying in the Tsongdan building, that's fine. Kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes, and I'll let you stay. Young Master Lin laughed. In the hall, there were also many people laughing. They also felt that Xinxiang was in trouble today. If Xinxiang was driven out, he would definitely be chased by various forces. In the eyes of the disciples of the famous sects, young Master Lin, the son of the building master, had a very high status in the Tsongdan building. Therefore, they felt that if he told Xinxiang to scram, then Xinxiang would have to scram. I came to the Tsongdan building to do business, Xinxiang said. The reason why I was able to enter the Tsongdan building and come to this floor was because I had a noble identity token. I didn't sneak in, so why should I scram? It's true that you're an alchemist, but with your cultivation, I'm afraid it's not enough for you to obtain a noble status token, right? Young Master Lin sneered at Shanjini, who was standing beside Xinxiang, and continued, I think you're the one who took advantage of someone else's token to get in. So all the more reason for you to scram. I want to make a big deal with the Azure Pill Building. I'm afraid that only the Azure Pill Building's building master can handle it. Shen Xiang looked at a man at the counter and asked, "Big brother, you should have the authority to contact Song Dan building master, right? I have a big deal to discuss with him." It's possible, but we'll have to see what kind of deal it is. The man smiled politely and said, "If the transaction amount is over 1 billion heaven beads, our house master will come personally." 1 billion? I don't think he's even worth 100 million. Young Master Lin sneered, "Scram, scram, or you can lick my shoes. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being rude." Many people were waiting to watch the show. Someone said, "Young Master Lin, he can beat Saintess Wu Tian." "So what?" "My Azure Pill Building has a Saint King Realm cultivator overseeing it. It's very easy to drive him out." Young Master Lin was not afraid at all, and was still very arrogant. Shen Xiang pulled Shinjini and walked towards the counter, then took out a small box and opened it. After opening it, it was a golden pill. This was naturally a level 5 Saint pill, and it was even a king grade. Could this be? The big brother at the counter quickly flipped through a book and searched for the records. At this time, the young disciples of the famous sects in the hall were also shocked by the pill. They had never seen this kind of pill before, whether it was the pill fragrance or other aspects. It was so superb. Shan Xiang only opened it for a moment before immediately closing it. Young Master Lin's face changed. He was the son of the Azure Pill Building Master, so he also realized that Shen Xiang's pill was not simple. It was indeed a level 5 Saint pill. What did a level 5 Saint pill mean? It was eaten by people in the Saint King realm, and it was very rare. It was about 1 billion for one pill. For people in the Saint King realm, 1 billion for one pill was worth it, whether it was to increase one's cultivation or heal one's injuries. This is a Saint King origin pill. The young man at the counter carefully compared it, sweating profusely as he shouted in shock. At this moment, the other young men at the counter also rushed over. The hundreds of disciples in the hall did not care about anything and hurriedly rushed forward, because the words Saint King Yuan Dan were simply too shocking. There were peak Saint Monarch Realm cultivators present, and they were only one Saint King origin pill away from the Saint King realm. As long as they were at the peak of the Saint Monarch realm, they all hoped to obtain a Saint King origin pill, but this was a very distant thing for them. Chapter 42:68. It was also at this time that the little brother at the counter took out 2 very comfortable chairs and placed them on the spot for Shen Xiang and Shinjini to sit down. Originally, the little brother at the counter wanted to ask Shen Xiang to go to the VIP room, but Shen Xiang did not go anywhere. He said that he wanted to stay here and wait for Song Dan building master to come and let him be the judge. The son of Song Dan building master, young Master Lin, was now a little flustered. However, when he thought about how his father was the Song Dan building master, he was definitely not afraid of Shen Xiang. Fu Yia, on the other hand, was extremely jealous. The Saint King Yuan Dan was what she needed the most, but Shen Xiang actually took it out to sell. After sitting down, Shen Xiang and Zhua Hao used the communication talisman to talk. Knowing that Shen Xiang was the prodigal who sold the Saint King Yuan Dan, Zhua Hao laughed awkwardly. Shen Xiang thought that a small matter like the Saint King Yuan Dan would not alarm Zhua Hao, but he did not expect that after Song Dan building master heard the news, he would contact Zhua Hao. However, this also meant that Zhua Hao had an extremely high status in Song Dan building, and Song Dan building master would report everything to him. "Ah, Clan King, are you lacking in heavenly jewels? You don't need to sell the Saint King Yuan Dan. The Saint King Yuan Dan is very rare, and our Shin family has specially set up a team to collect the Saint King Yuan Dan's medicinal herbs." Zhua Hao asked. "It's not easy for the Shen family to earn heavenly jewels, and we also need them. I don't want the Shen family's heavenly jewels, and my heavenly jewels will be wasted, so I can earn them myself." Shen Xiang could not say that he was consuming heavenly jewels to operate the 6 realms mirrors, but it was indeed the same as the burning heavenly jewels. When he used the 6 realms mirrors to fly, the speed at which he consumed heavenly jewels was very fast, and it could be said that it was very wasteful. Then we'll give you a good price, Zhuo said. Clan King, since you want to sell the Saint King Yuandan, sell it to our Shen family. Our Shen family is also lacking in heavenly jewels. What price are you going to buy the Saint King Yuandan at? Xin Xiang thought about it and felt that if the Shen family offered a suitable price, it would be a good idea to sell it to the Shen family. 20 billion heavenly beads for 1 pellet. What do you think of this guy? Of course, if there is an urgent need for Saint King Yuan pills in an auction, the price will definitely be much higher than this, Zhuo said. This, as the patriarch of the Shen family, selling the Saint King Yuan pills to the Shen family doesn't feel right, Xin Xiang said. House King, that's fine. In order to refine the Saint Monarch Yuan pill, we have to search for herbs everywhere, which consumes a lot of time and energy, as well as the cost of purchasing herbs is very high, Zhuo said. To be able to buy the Saint King Yuandan with 20 billion heaven beads is already worth it. If the family king thinks it's too little, I can arrange an auction to help you sell the Saint King Yuandan. That way, you will be able to obtain more heavenly jewels. After Zhuo finished speaking, he asked again, Tribe King, how did you get a Saint King inner core? You should have kept it for yourself. Uncle Zhuo, my Saint King Yuan pills were refined by me. I have a total of 3 in my hands. How about this? I'll sell 2 to the Shen family and then take 1 out for auction. Xin Xiang thought for a while and said, Ah, you refined it? 3 pills? Zhuo was shocked. He had thought that the reason Xin Xiang was able to become the clan king was because he had the ancestral bloodline of the Shen family and was able to master the Azure Dragon Divine Art. He also knew that Shen Xiang's pill techniques were not bad, but in his eyes, no matter how powerful he was still inferior to the sacred alchemistess of the Shen family. However, Xin Xiang was able to refine a 5th stage Saint King Yuandan by himself, and the quality was even king grade, so his pill technique level was very high. At the very least, the sacred alchemist of the Shen family had only produced 3 king grade Saint King Yuandan in so many years. Shen Xiang was so young, yet he was able to refine 3 pills by himself. After Zhuo heard this, he could not believe that it was true. Clan King, please wait a moment. I will personally take care of it. After Zhuo finished speaking, he put away the communication talisman and immediately rushed to the Azure Pill building. Xin Xiang sat on the chair and quietly looked at Fuya, Keqiudong, and young Master Lin. If he wanted to take care of these fellows, he didn't need to do it himself. Xin Xiang, where did you get your Saint King Yuandan? Did the Sacred Dan Institute give it to you? You actually sold it. Are you worthy of the great Kuan sect? Worthy of the Sacred Dan Institute? Fu Yuya angrily rebuked. It's the entire great Kuan sect that supports the Sacred Dan Institute, allowing the Sacred Dan Institute to have enough resources, allowing you to have this Saint King Yuandan in your hands. Yet you took it out and sold it. This pill originally belonged to Sister Yu. Yeah, quickly hand it over. Keqiudong also shouted. She said what Fu Yuya was thinking. It was unknown if it was because of the master-servant contract or if it was because of something else, but in short, she was very angry right now, especially when she saw Xin Xiang, the little master, being bullied. She couldn't sit still and almost got up to slap the 2 women. Xin Xiang immediately placed his hand on the back of her hand, gently stroked it a few times, then said with a smile, The Saint King Yuandan was refined by me. The medicinal ingredients are also mine. Bullshit, young Master Lin shouted. My father is the Azure Pill building master and is also a famous sacred alchemist. I grew up in the Azure Pill building since I was young, so I know pills like the back of my hand. How could a guy like you possibly refine a Saint King Yuandan? Not to mention the Saint King Yuandan, you can't even refine the simplest 5th step Saint Force Yuandan. Chapter 42, 69. The Saint King Yuan Dan could not only be exchanged for a large number of heavenly jewels, but it was also a very rare saint pill that had a price but no market. This was enough for many people to risk their lives to snatch it. So just now, Shen Xiang used his clear mind eye to look at Song Dan Overseer. Sure enough, Song Dan Overseer was not trustworthy and actually had the idea of swallowing the Saint King Yuan Dan alone. Damn, you little bastard. How many times have I said it? I am only the shopkeeper of Song Dan Overseer. Song Dan Overseer is not your home. Song Dan Overseer walked over and slapped young Master Lin fiercely. However, Shen Xiang and Shinjini could both see that Song Dan Overseer's slap was very light. It was loud, but to someone with young Master Lin's cultivation, it was neither painful nor itchy. In other words, this Song Dan Overseer was acting. Father, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Young Master Lin shouted, then quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Shen Xiang. Young Master Shen, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Shen Xiang could see that Song Dan Overseer was greedy just now, so he did not believe that young Master Lin really admitted his mistake. He used his clear mind eye to look and found that young Master Lin was indeed not sincere at all. His clear mind eye told Shen Xiang that this young Master Lin in front of him was very hypocritical. All right, I forgive him. Shen Xiang could only wait for Zhua Hao to come. He felt that Zhua Hao came to Song Dan Overseer without telling him. Otherwise, Song Dan Overseer would definitely not have such thoughts. Young Master Shen is really magnanimous. Song Dan Overseer also quickly bowed to Shen Xiang and apologized. It's all my fault for not teaching this little beast well. Please forgive me for offending young Master Shen. It's fine. Shen Xiang laughed. He wanted to see what this Song Dan Overseer was acting. Young Master Shen, can you let me see the Saint King Yuan Dan? Song Dan Overseer said. Let me appraise the quality. Shen Xiang took out the small jade box and opened it, seeing the shiny Saint King Yuan Dan. Song Dan Overseer's eyes lit up. The quality is indeed king grade. Song Dan Hall Master immediately concluded. Shen Xiang felt that it was a little strange. If they wanted to appraise this pill, there should be other alchemists, but why did only the Song Dan Building Master come? Could it be that Song Dan Hall Master didn't inform the other alchemists? Father, young Master Shin, said that he personally refined this pill. Young Master Lin said, although this young Master Lin seemed to be respectful to Shen Xiang, there was a murderous intent hidden deep in his eyes, which was clearly captured by Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang could tell that young Master Lin really wanted to kill him. Every word he said was full of hypocrisy. Young Master Shin, do you have the proof that you are a 5th rank alchemist? If you do, I hope you can show it to me. Song Dan Hall Master said. No. Shen Xiang shook his head and said, if you don't, then I can't sell pills. Of course not. When our Azure Pill House does business, we pay particular attention to fairness and justice. Song Dan Hall Master said, when we take back other people's pills, we have to ensure that they are legitimate. This way, we can be responsible for the buyer when we sell them, right? Are you saying that my pill is not legitimate? Shen Xiang sneered. No, young Master Shin is a disciple of the sacred Elixir Dean. This must have been refined by the sacred Elixir Dean, right? But that's not right. The pills refined by the sacred Elixir Dean would all have his special imprint. Your Saint King Yuan Dan does not have it, Song Dan Hall Master said. Shen Jinny, who was at the side, could also see that this Song Dan Hall Master was trying to cause trouble. Looks like Song Dan Hall doesn't want to buy my Saint King Yuan Dan. Farewell. Shen Xiang stood up and was about to leave. Shen Xiang, stop right there. Fu Yiya suddenly shouted, the origin of your Saint King Yuan Dan is unknown. If you are unable to prove the origin of the Saint King Yuan Dan today, then leave the Saint King Yuan Dan behind. We will announce it and let the owner come and collect it. Shen Xiang understood that Songdan Hall Master had secretly talked to Fu Yuya and young Master Lin just now, wanting them to cooperate with the act. Yes, Songdan Hall Master used a high and mighty name to intercept Xinxiang's Saint King Yuan Dan. I've said it before, this Saint King Yuan Dan was refined by me. Xinxiang did not expect that Songdan Hall Master would betray the Xin family for Saint King Yuan Dan. Fortunately, Zhuahao was already on his way, so Xinxiang was not in a hurry to leave. As long as Zhuahao arrived, this Songdan Hall Master would definitely be dealt with. You don't even have a Tier 5 alchemist token. How can you refine a Tier 5 Saint Pill? Songdan Hall Master said. Young Master Xin, please explain clearly. Where did your Saint King Yuan Dan come from? You are a disciple of the Sacred Elixir Academy, so you should be very clear about how precious the Saint King Yuan Dan is. However, you are selling it now. Did you steal it? I remember now. This pill must belong to Heavenless Saintess. Fu Yiya suddenly said. She has been missing for a while. Maybe she was secretly harmed by Xinxiang and had her Saint King Yuan Dan taken away. Chapter 4270. Previously, everyone thought that the origin of the Saint King Yuan Dan in Xinxiang's hands was not legitimate. It was either obtained from the Sacred Dan Institute or obtained from some other channel, which was why he had to wear a mask and come here to sell it. However, when they saw the appearance of the Heavenless Holy Maiden, who had just stepped into the Saint King realm, everyone felt that Xinxiang could really refine the Saint King Yuan Dan. Bitch, who told you to spread rumors about me? Who told you to discredit young Master Shen? Xin Jini slapped Fu Yuya across the air, landing on her face and sending her flying into the wall. Pa pa pa! Shen Jini was merciless. She also slapped Kachiodong several times, crazily slapping the two women. Was this the Heavenless Holy Maiden of the Saint King realm? She was standing there, but the slap she sent out was so powerful that Fu Yuya, who was in the Saint Monarch realm, did not have the strength to fight back at all. Let me tell you, Heavenless Divine Palace did not give me the Saint King Yuan Dan at all. I worked hard to accumulate more than 10 billion heaven beads and entrusted Wu Hong of Heavenless Divine Palace to help me collect the medicinal ingredients to refine the Saint King Yuan Dan. But that bastard actually lied to me and used some very inferior medicinal ingredients to make up the numbers. Xin Jini said angrily, and then her cold gaze landed on Songdan Hall Master. Just now, it was obvious that Songdan Hall Master was secretly talking to young Master Lin and Fu Yiya, asking them to join forces to harm Xinxiang. Then, the one who made up the lie about her was obviously Songdan Hall Master. Heavenless Divine Palace actually wanted to deceive their own Holy Maiden, which made many people understand the character of Heavenless Divine Palace. Later on, young Master Xin gave me the Saint King Yuan Dan and helped me break through. Young Master Xin's Saint King Yuan Dan was refined by him, and I was right beside him at that time. Xin Jini continued. As she spoke, the gaze she used to look at Xinxiang became gentle. Those who had seen this Heavenless Holy Maiden before all knew that she was a very arrogant and condescending woman. Especially when it came to men, no one could enter her eyes. For example, that Holy Sun Songlan from before was willing to be a licking dog. But the Heavenless Holy Maiden still did not look him in the eye. And now, Xinxiang, this youth, was so intimate with the Heavenless Holy Maiden that he had conquered this cold and elegant Holy Maiden. Was this the charm of a Saint Pill? Xinxiang was able to refine a Saint King Yuan Pill at such a young age. This kind of potential was very terrifying. Fu Yiya and Ku Qiudong were completely dumbfounded. Xinxiang was actually able to refine the Saint King Yuan Dan and even obtain the Saint Lady Wu Tian. They were now very jealous of the Heavenless Saintess and knew that they had misjudged him before. If they had known that Xinxiang knew how to refine the Saint King Yuan Dan and had the ingredients for it, they would have definitely tried to curry favor with Xinxiang. Of course, what they didn't know was that the Heavenless Saintess was already Xinxiang's slave. Xin Jini had mixed feelings toward Xinxiang, but she was mostly in awe of him. Shin Jinni had not forgotten that Shen Xiang had tricked Wu Hong to death. He was a young man who could trick Wu Hong to death, and he even called himself the Shin clan's clan leader. This kind of ability was not something a level 5 alchemy saint could compare to. The old fox, Songdan Overseer, also saw something because he was well informed. He knew that the Heavenless Divine Palace had been looking for the Heavenless Saintess during this period of time. And now, the Heavenless Saintess was together with Shen Xiang and had even stepped into the Saint King realm. She even complained that the Heavenless Divine Palace's Wu Hong had tricked her. That meant that the Heavenless Saintess had betrayed the Heavenless Divine Palace. Since that was the case, Songdan Overseer was not afraid of offending the Heavenless Divine Palace. Right now, he only wanted to get the Saint King Yuan Dan in Shen Xiang's hands, and then force the young people here to sign a soul contract with him, not allowing this matter to spread. After Zhua Hao arrived, he would lie and say that Shen Xiang had left. This way, he would be able to get a Saint King Yuan Dan. Even if the Saint King Yuan Dan was not eaten, it could be used as a gift. In those big forces, there were many descendants of big shots who were stuck at the peak of the Saint Monarch realm. If they gave them a Saint King Yuan Dan, how much face would that be? No matter what you say, the origin of this Saint King Yuan Dan is unknown. This kind of pill of unknown origin entered the Songdan Overseer, so we have the responsibility to investigate its origin. So, I ask young Master Shen to cooperate with us and obediently hand over the Saint King Yuan Dan. Songdan Overseer said coldly, holding a knife in his hand. Shen Jinni had just stepped into the Saint King realm, and Songdan Overseer was a Saint King Great Perfection Realm Master. Although he had not reached the peak, he believed that it was enough to deal with Shen Jinni. If it was before, Shen Jinni might be a little afraid of not being able to defeat Songdan Overseer, but now she was not afraid at all. Chapter 42:71. Shen Xiang had deliberately taken out the wrong box, just now to show off his Saint King Yuan pill. Just as Songdan Overseer's eyes turned red, Shen Xiang immediately put it away. Do you see? I have 3 Saint King Yuan pills, all of which I refine myself. They are all king-grade Saint King Yuan pills. Shen Xiang said, I also have a set of Saint King Yuan pill herbs here. Do you want me to refine it on the spot for you to see? Songdan Overseer's hand, holding the blade, was trembling at this moment. He didn't believe what Shen Xiang said before, but now he was a little convinced. If Shen Xiang could really refine Saint King Yuan pills, he must be a very monstrous Saint Pill Master. How could such a person not have a powerful old fart behind him? Shen Xiang just said that his friend was on the way. If he was really a master, Songdan Overseer would definitely face a fierce battle. Ku Chiotong and Fu Yuya, who had been beaten beyond recognition, saw the 3 Saint King Yuan pills, and their hearts were bleeding, because they were once very close to Shen Xiang. But at that time, not only did they despise Shen Xiang very much, but they also became enemies in the end, which made them regret it. They all felt that if they had sacrificed a little back then and gotten closer to Shen Xiang, it would have been fine even if they had become Shen Xiang's concubine. Wouldn't they have gotten a Saint King Yuan Dan like that? Even Shen Jinni, the Heavenless Saintess, found it difficult to obtain a Saint King Yuan pill, so it was normal for her to fall in love with Shen Xiang now. After all, everyone yearned to be a master. Having a Saint King Yuan pill and being able to refine it, this was what a master was like. A Saint Pill Master of this level was far more awe-inspiring than those Saint Kings who only knew how to fight and kill. The greed in Songdan Overseer's heart had completely overtaken his head, and he believed that Songdan Overseer had a great background with the Shin family as their backing, so he gritted his teeth and decided that he must snatch Shen Xiang's Saint King Yuan pill today. Hand it over! Songdan Overseer roared as the blade in his hand gradually calmed down. You want to snatch it? You have to get past me first. Shen Jinni stood in front of Shen Xiang, making a gesture of protecting Shen Xiang. Generally speaking, many people would find it laughable that a man was so protected by a woman. However, No one laughed at Xinxiang. They were even a little envious of Xinxiang and Xinxiang. They had such an opportunity to protect Xinxiang, who was a sacred alchemist with a boundless future. Now, everyone felt that Shunjini, the heavenless saintess, was not worthy of a peerless genius like Xinxiang. Then all of you can die together. Songdan Hall Master laughed sinisterly, then slashed toward Shunjini. Before Shunjini could make a move, the door suddenly exploded. Then a long sword flew in from outside the door and instantly cut off Tsang Dan Hall Master's arm. Ah, Lin, you really disappoint me. The voice belonged to Zhua Hao. He had come alone. Zhua, Mr. Zhua. Seeing Zhua Hao, Tsang Dan Hall Master's knees suddenly went soft and he directly knelt down. Zhua Hao was at the peak of the Saint King realm, but he grew up in the Xin family. The peak Saint Kings of the Xin family were extremely powerful. Young Master Shen, I'm late. After Zhua Hao arrived, he actually appeared a little flustered and hurriedly apologized to Xinxiang. Seeing this scene, Song Dan Hall Master was completely dumbfounded. The friend that Xinxiang mentioned just now was actually Zhua Hao? Zhua Hao came from the Xin family. Song Dan Hall Master only knew that Zhua Hao was very strong and was very low-key in Azure Below Sea City. Young Master Lin was also very clear what kind of person Zhua Hao was. His father had said before that Mr. Zhua was the big boss of Tsangdan Hall. Mr. Zhua? Could it be that mysterious boss of Tsangdan Hall? In the crowd, there was actually someone who knew about this. It could be seen that for many years, all the major forces had been inquiring about Tsangdan Hall, but they only knew that the boss behind them was surnamed Zhua. The big boss of Tsangdan Hall was so respectful to Xinxiang, which meant that Xinxiang's status was even higher than Zhua Hao's. Also, Xinxiang had sold such a precious Saint King Yuan Dan to Tsangdan Hall. It was very likely that he wanted to sell it to Zhua Hao, but this kind of thing had happened. Young Master Xin has 3 Saint King Yuan Dan, 1 for the auction and 2 for our Tsangdan Hall. I thought you could handle this transaction, but I didn't expect you to be greedy and want to make a move on young Master Xin. Zhua Hao's face was full of anger. When Tsangdan Hall Master saw Zhua Hao's expression at this moment, his entire body trembled. Die. Zhua Hao controlled his long sword and killed Tsangdan Hall Master on the spot. Chapter 42-72. Uncle Zhua, why should I leave? Shanxiang knew that the people from 6 Dao Sacred Gate are coming and wanted to see how strong they are. Young Master, the people from 6 Dao Sacred Gate are very strong, and they specialize in capturing people who cultivate taboo divine arts. They must have sent something that can restrain your taboo divine arts, or a professional team that is not afraid of your taboo divine arts. Zhua Hao said, Young Master, let's go. Uncle Zhua is doing this for your safety. Xinjini doesn't know much about 6 Dao Sacred Gate, but seeing how worried Zhua Hao is, she knows that they are not here with good intentions. Don't worry, don't worry. It's just 6 Dao Sacred Gate. I want to see what they are going to use to capture me. Xinxiang did not make things difficult for Zhua Hao and said, Uncle Zhua, they only came because they knew that I was here, right? Earlier in the hall, many people saw young Master. Moreover, you have Saint King Yuan pills. This matter will definitely spread very quickly. It's normal for 6 Dao Sacred Gate to rush over. Zhua Hao nodded. Then, as long as I conceal myself, they won't be able to see me. Shenxiang immediately used invisibility technique and laughed. Hee, let's see how they're going to capture me. All right, but young Master, you still have to be careful. Zhua Hao warned. They are from 6 Dao Sacred Gate. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Shenxiang also understands why Zhua Hao is so worried. After all, he is only a saint monarch and an alchemist. He does not have much battle strength. Zhua Hao personally went downstairs to the hall to meet the people from 6 Dao Sacred Gate. 6 Dao Sacred Gate is a very tyrannical existence. When they found out that someone cultivating taboo divine arts has appeared in Saint Xian's star, they immediately sent people over. They are indeed a team that specializes in capturing people cultivating taboo divine arts. There are more than 50 people in this team, and they are all wearing heavy black armor. When they entered Azure Pill Building's hall, they purposely made a lot of noise. They used their heavy and sturdy boots to stomp on the ground and left a large hole in the floor. 6 Dao Sacred Gate is not only here to capture people, they are also here to cause trouble. Zhua Hao was very polite. When he arrived, his face was full of smiles as he said, "Friends from the 6 Paths Sacred Gate, long time no see. How are you?" Zhua Hao, cut the crap. "Who is Xin Xiang? What does it have to do with your Xin family?" The leader of the group was also a middle-aged man. His tone was very arrogant. After he finished speaking, he stomped his foot on the ground, creating a deep pit. There was a loud bang in the hall, and a strong wave of air was set off. This captain was showing off his strength. He was a peak Saint King. Stepping from the peak of the Saint King realm to the Saint realm was a very difficult bottleneck to break through, so there were not many people in the Saint realm. "Captain Li, Xin Xiang just left." Zhua Hao laughed. "He and I just met by chance. This time he came here to sell Saint King Yuan pills and caused a lot of trouble." "Really? He is selling Saint King Yuan pills?" Captain Li's sharp eyes were suddenly filled with greed as he said, "So, you bought his Saint King Origins pill? Do you have any Saint King Yuan pills now?" "I haven't bought them yet, and he left." Zhua Hao said, "Did you ask him to run away?" Captain Li was furious. He grabbed Zhua Hao's collar and said angrily, "Where did Xin Xiang go? Tell me quickly." At the same time, the people from All Heaven's Palace and Skyless God Palace arrived. They were all middle-aged and older people, and there were even elders among them. They arrived at Song. After entering the lobby of the Elixir Pavilion, he walked in and bowed respectfully to Captain Li. The 6 Paths Sacred Gate status was very high. When the elders of All Heaven's Palace and Skyless God Palace saw them, they had to greet them politely. One had to know that All Heaven's Palace and Skyless God Palace were old enemies. Now that they were working together, it should be because of the 6 Paths Sacred Gate. According to the information we collected, Shen Xiang seems to have a good relationship with Boss Xue. An elder from All Heaven's Palace said, "I didn't expect Songdan building to belong to the Shen family. I wonder what the relationship between Xin Xiang and the Shen family is." The elder from Skyless God Palace sneered, "They can't be related, right? Xin Xiang has already left. I did have some friendship with him before. It was mainly because the dean of St. Elixir School recommended him to sell St. King Yuan pills. He has no relationship with our Shen family. If he is a member of our Shen family, why would he come here to sell St. King Yuan pills?" Zhua Hao laughed. Songdan building belonged to the Shen family. After this matter was exposed, Zhua Hao felt a headache. "Captain Li, it seems like we can only go to the Great Kuan sect if we want to catch Xin Xiang." The elder from All Heaven's Palace said, "However, it won't be easy to attack the Great Kuan sect. Moreover, our focus is not on the Great Kuan sect now." They were busy exploring the Canglan Sea. A large number of people were sent to explore the Canglan Sea, leaving only a few people here. Chapter 42-73. Xin Xiang immediately sent a sound transmission to Shunjini and said, "Jinny, I'm going to make a move. When the time comes, cooperate with Uncle Zhua." When Shunjini heard this, she was immediately shocked. She was currently wearing a mask and hiding in a room in the lobby. She had also heard the voice of an elder of the Heavenless Divine Palace just now. That was a person at the great perfection of the Saint King realm. She did not know if she could beat him. If she made a move, she would definitely expose herself. "Uncle Zhua, I'm going to make a move." The invisible Xin Xiang had already arrived behind Zhua Hao and placed a bag of things on his back. That bag of things is filled with antidote pills. You can use it to detoxify the staff of the Azure Pill Building later. Shanxiang suddenly took out 2 huge beads and threw them towards Captain Li and the others. Humph, child's play. Captain Li sneered and lightly waved his hand, shattering the 2 huge beads. Bang, bang! 2 loud sounds rang out. After the beads exploded, multicolored poison liquid and poisonous gas suddenly exploded. Shanxiang immediately appeared. Holding by whose fan of surprise, he waved it forward. Hoo hoo hoo! A strong wind suddenly blew in the lobby. An incomparably violent wind swept up the poisonous liquid and poisonous gas. Like a tornado, it enveloped Captain Li and the others. Captain Li brought dozens of subordinates with him. They were all wearing sturdy armor. They had also sensed that it was an extremely terrifying poison, so they had immediately activated the anti-poison ability of their armor. What they did not expect was that this sudden burst of super strong wind would actually carry such a terrifying killing intent. How exactly was this formed? The killing intent even affected their souls, causing them to fall into a temporary state of fear. The multicolored poison mist and poison liquid merged into the tornado, flashing with all kinds of demonic lights. Zhua Hao was shocked, but he could only immediately take the antidote, pill, given by Shanxiang and save his own people who were poisoned, and let them leave this floor. Shinjini also braced herself and ran out. Facing so many people this time, she was even more nervous than facing Wu Hong last time. Seeing that Zhua Hao had saved everyone, Shanxiang released the 6 realms mirrors. The 6 realms mirrors became very thin, only the size of a palm. It was crazily absorbing a large amount of heavenly jewel energy, releasing an extremely strong impact force as it flew towards the group of people. At the same time, the divine mirror of 6 paths spun at a high speed and charged forward fiercely, producing crackling sounds. The armors of the 6 paths, sacred gates, people all cracked. Then Shanxiang fiercely fanned by whose frightening fan, sweeping out a violent gale that allowed the poisonous gas and liquid to seep in through the cracks. Many people from the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace came as well. Those who did not have armor to defend against the poison were all dead, and the souls that drifted out were all captured by the devil's shadow. When Shanxiang released the 6 realms mirrors, no one noticed it at all, because everyone was trying their best to defend against the multicolored and terrifying poison. In fact, Shanxiang could completely refine a colorless and tasteless poison, but that was used to trick people. The poison he released now had a very flirtatious color and an incomparably pungent smell. As long as one had a bit of common sense, they would think that this was a very terrifying poison. Therefore, those people were all focused on resisting the invasion of the poison, and did not notice Shanxiang's 6 realms mirrors. In addition, the light of the poisonous gas and liquid was too strong, making it difficult for them to discover the 6 realms mirrors that were flying past. Therefore, after the 6 realms mirrors rushed in, under Shanxiang's control, it was very easy for it to break through the armor. Uncle Zhua, they are all poisoned, Shanxiang said. Have you eaten the antidote? Yes, yes. Zhua Hao was shocked. He never thought that Shanxiang would suddenly make a move, and the effect was outstanding. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had lost their ability to fight. He had lost his combat power. Shanxiang took back the 6 realms mirrors and did not use by whose frightening fan anymore. Then he controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly in the air and recover the various poisonous mist and venom that were scattered in the hall. Zhua Hao held his sword and rushed over to the people from the 6 paths sacred gate and stabbed crazily. Shanjini also made her move. She attacked the people from the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace. Chapter 4274. 6 Dao Sacred Gate is such a powerful faction. Their elite team must be filthy rich. Shanxiang not only obtained a large number of heavenly jewels from their storage equipment, he also obtained some holy talisman tools and holy talismans. Before Shanxiang made his move, he was certain that he would be able to make a huge profit. Therefore, when he activated the 6 Dao Divine Mirror, He did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Uncle Joie, those guys from 6 Dao, Sacred Gate, aren't that great. What's there to be afraid of with this little bit of strength? Shen Xiang looked at the corpses on the ground and said with a smile, I'll leave this to you guys. Jinny and I will go back first. Joie, how breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't think that Shen Xiang, who looked gentle and was a teenager, had such a great ability. He can only sigh in his heart. As expected of the clan king, young master, after such a big thing happened here, do you think we can still do business here? Zhuahao sighed and said, I'm afraid we can't do business in Songlan Sea City anymore. Then let's move to Great Kuan Sect. In the Great Kuan Sect, both the All-Heaven Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace were chased out by us, and the Shen family went to take over their vacant market. Chen Xiang said, With the Saint King Yuandan, are you afraid that there won't be any business? Many thanks for young master's guidance. Shua, Hao's eyes lit up. Shen Xiang's 3 Saint King origin pills are very famous now. One can imagine the value of a king-grade Saint King origin pill. Before Shen Xiang left, he instructed that it would be best to hang up all the people from 6 Dao Sacred Gate in the most conspicuous place for people to see. He also told everyone that this is the consequence of offending the Shen family. Zhua Hao did as Shen Xiang said and felt very relieved. One must know that the Shen family had a great battle with 6 Dao Sacred Gate in the past. Later on, they were ambushed by 6 Dao Sacred Gate. The elders and more than half of the Shen family were cursed and had a deep hatred for 6 Dao Sacred Gate. However, because of the lack of strength, the Shen family had always been afraid of 6 Dao Sacred Gate. If it wasn't for Shen Xiang, the Azure Pill House would have to pay a huge price. With the 6 Paths Holy Gates, ruthless style, more than half of the people in the Azure Pill House would have been killed. After Zhua Hao passed this news back to the Shen clan, the Shen clan elders were overjoyed. They all shouted that this battle was a battle that they could hold their heads high in. Chun Xiang now knew one thing, and that was that in the Kanglan Sea City there was no holy venerable realm in charge for the time being. Even Saint Venerables had gone to the Azure Billow Sea. Shen Xiang wasn't in a hurry to go to the Azure Billow Sea, because if there was any trouble in the Azure Billow Sea City, he would definitely know about it. Only Shen Xiang could control the Scarlet Dragon Soul under the Kanglan Sea. Although it was only a remnant soul, the murderous Scarlet Dragon Soul did not recognize anyone but Shen Xiang as its master. Young master, your heavenly jewels should be enough, right? Shen Jinyi sat on the 6 realms mirrors and looked at the blue sky in front of him. It's enough for now. Shen Xiang said. Shen Jinyi recalled everything that had happened in the Azure Pill House today and was still shocked to the core. When she was with Shen Xiang, she could always do things that others thought were impossible. For example, today they had wiped out the 50-men team from the 6 Realms Sacred Gate and over 100 men from the Heavenless Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace, including 2 elders. Previously, when Shen Xiang attacked Wuhong, Shen Jinyi did not see anything. Today, she saw a very small mirror flying into the violent tornado and breaking the armor of the group of people, allowing the poisonous gas to seep in. Shen Xiang did not have enough strength to kill so many people, even if the people from the 6 Realms Sacred Gate were poisoned. Yes, it was still very dangerous for Shen Xiang to get close to them. However, Zhua Hao could. After all, he came from the Shen clan and was at the Saint King Great Circle. After Captain Li, who was at the peak of the Saint King realm, was poisoned, his strength was at most at the early stage of the Saint King realm. If he faced Zhua Hao, he would be killed instantly. Shen Jinyi also attacked the poisoned elders of the Heavenless Divine Palace and the Heavenless Palace. Killing them was as easy as killing chickens. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the Saint King realm was very weak. This was because after stepping into the Saint King realm, she could not do whatever she wanted. For example, Captain Li from the 6 Realms Sacred Gate was very strong, But in the end, Xinxiang, and Joie worked together to kill so many people. Jinny, what are you thinking about? Xinxiang saw that Jinny was deep in thought. Her expression was a little cold, but it was very beautiful. I'm thinking about what happened today. It's all because young master's poison was too strong that we were able to defeat them with fewer people. Jinny sighed. I was the one who looked at the sky from the bottom of a well. I never thought that using poison could be used to such a level. I was the one who refined those poisons. Refining pills is easy for me, but refining poison is very difficult. Xinxiang laid on top of the 6 realms mirrors and laughed. That's why the poison I refined is very powerful. You won't be able to find a second one in the sacred domain. Young master, do you think there will be a holy master realm ranker coming out to capture you? Jinny was very worried. Chapter 42:75. Xinxiang was not in a hurry to get Jinny's soul, but Jinny was in a hurry to give it to him. The process of giving the soul to him was extremely complicated. First of all, the two of them needed to have a certain amount of feelings for each other. Xinxiang was currently unsure if he and Jinny could be considered to have feelings for each other. Jinny, do you think that awakening the soul also requires the kind of red soul energy? Xinxiang said, after you devoured the 2 soul gifts of the Holy Son of all heavens, can you see them in your own soul? Jinny was very interested in this. I can see it. What's strange is that I seem to have devoured the entire sea of consciousness of the Holy Son of all heavens. Xinxiang said, that guy's sea of consciousness is really mysterious. It seems to be very large and spacious, so it can accommodate 2 soul gifts. Maybe it's because his soul is special that he can have 2 soul gifts. Jinny said, otherwise, in a situation like ours, in order to have 2 soul gifts, the first thing we need is for the 2 soul gifts to not reject each other. So the process of borrowing soul gifts is very complicated. Xinxiang suddenly hugged Jinny's waist and chuckled. Jinny, do you think we have reached that step yet? Jinny also took the opportunity to lean into Xinxiang's embrace and even hugged Xinxiang tightly, her heart beating a little faster. I don't know. Jinny was in Xinxiang's embrace. Although her beautiful face was cold, her eyes were filled with tenderness. We have to cultivate our feelings, right? Xinxiang laughed. Jinny nodded lightly. Xinxiang hugged her tightly and then kissed her. The 6 realms mirrors' flying speed slowed down a lot. After Xinxiang and Jinny kissed for a while, they hugged each other and sat at the edge of the 6 realms mirrors, looking down at the beautiful scenery below. Young master, do you have a lot of women? Jinny suddenly asked. How do you know? Xinxiang laughed. Did your soul gift tell you? My intuition, Jinny said. Her intuition also told her that Xinxiang was not a teenager. Xinxiang laughed and said, I have many little female slaves like you. You will definitely have the opportunity to meet them in the future. Young master, if you want to borrow my soul, just a kiss won't do. Jinny said in a low voice. Our feelings can be even more intimate. Jinny was already frantically making it clear. Jinny, don't be in such a hurry. Let's talk about it after your soul bestowment appears. Xinxiang giggled and said, in any case, you are mine. Don't even think about running away. Xinxiang kissed her cheek, then took out a pearl, which contained a strand of red soul energy. I don't know if other people's red energy will affect me after entering my soul. Jinny was a little worried. I still haven't figured out what the red energy in my soul is. But don't worry, you'll be fine as long as you've refined it. Xinxiang immediately took out the world-defying God furnace and released the soul fire to burn the red energy. After being burned, the red energy turned golden. Jinny, I'm ready to give it a try for you. Xinxiang said, it's not safe enough now, let's go down first. Xinxiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly down, and then quickly opened up a cave. "Young master, come on. No matter what the result is, I won't blame you." Shin Jinny's cold jade face was filled with determination as she looked at Shin Xiang affectionately. "Jinny, did your soul sense danger?" Shin Xiang said, "Your intuition seems to be very accurate. I wonder if it's the ability of your soul." "I don't know. I just feel that the next step will be a very important turning point in my life." Shen Jinny sighed softly. "It could also be a bad result." Shin Xiang caressed her face, then kissed her red lips. The two of them kissed passionately for a while. "Young master, you can begin." Shen Jinny sat cross-legged on the soft cushion and closed his eyes. "Don't worry, I'm here." Shen Xiang took a deep breath and then drew out the soul energy he had refined from the soul sealing pearl. Previously it was red, but after Shen Xiang used the world-defying God furnace to refine it, it became golden. Chapter 4276. Shin Xiang looked at Shen Jinny from the side and even opened his mind's eye, wanting to take a closer look at Shen Jinny's current situation. However, when he used his mind's eye to take a closer look, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. Because he had a soul contract with Shen Jinny, there was a special connection between him and Shin Jinny. However, at this moment, he discovered that the subtle connection between him and Shin Jinny was gradually disappearing. What's going on? Shin Xiang's heart trembled. Could it be that Shen Jinny was breaking the soul contract he had set up? One had to know that the soul contract that Shen Xiang used was a very high-level technique that was very difficult to break. After Shin Jinny signed the soul contract with Shen Xiang, he had secretly tried to break it, but he had not succeeded. Now that Shin Jinny's soul had appeared and evolved, could it be that it had become stronger and could be broken? After her soul has appeared, I wonder what kind of power she will obtain. What if I can't beat her? Shin Xiang had to be on guard against Shin Jinny. Shen Jinny was a Saint King Realm Dual Dao origin crystal, and she had even eaten the antidote pill that Shin Xiang had given her. So Shin Xiang's poison was not of much use to her. If he wanted to fight with Shen Jinny, then he could only use the 6 realms mirrors and the 4 symbols divine weapons. I was careless. I never thought that after her soul was revealed, it would actually become so powerful. Shin Xiang suddenly realized another very troublesome problem. It was that Shen Jinny had obtained a large amount of soul inheritance knowledge from the soul inheritance, or some other memories. So would she change her personality, or something? Shen Xiang really wanted to leave now, but he couldn't let go of Shin Jinny. He had invested too much in this little maid. If he suddenly gave up, wouldn't he have suffered a huge loss before? Let's take a gamble. Shin Xiang only hoped that after Shin Jinny woke up, he would continue to be with him, because he had just kissed Shin Jinny not long ago, and had almost gone one step further. He suddenly regretted not having a deeper relationship with Shen Jinny. He didn't know if Shin Jinny's personality would change drastically. After all, after accepting the soul inheritance memories, he might be injected with other thoughts. I underestimated the power of the soul. It can actually break my soul contract so easily. Shin Xiang was now even more certain that the power contained within the soul should be an existence that surpassed the laws. Soul was so mysterious and rare, there were no specific records of how it appeared and how to cultivate it. Jinny, how are you doing now? Is there anything uncomfortable? Shin Xiang asked again. Young master, please rest assured. I'm fine, fine. Shen Jinny's voice to her voice. Her tone was very gentle. It didn't seem like her personality had a had Jinny had. Was to S2's was, 'tis to long was, it is, was she? It was to prevent was Z, was. Shen Xiang could not help but start to worry. He was also starting to think about how to fight against Shin Jinny. He had the 6 realms mirrors. It would not be a problem for him to run away. The biggest problem now was that Shen Jinny knew a lot of secrets about him. If Shen Jinny really betrayed her, Shin Xiang did not expect her to keep it a secret for him on account of the friendship that they had kissed before. Do you want to get rid of her now? Shen Xiang was in a dilemma, because if Shen Jinyi had feelings for him, then wouldn't he mess up this matter? Shen Jinyi had feelings for him and cooked rice with him. Even if he couldn't obtain Shen Jinyi's soul, he could still learn a lot about soul from Shen Jinyi. If the rice couldn't be cooked, then it would be good to have a good relationship with Shen Jinyi and develop their relationship in the future. Therefore, Shen Xiang could only bet that Shen Jinyi would not become enemies with him. At the very least, he would maintain a friendly relationship with him. Shen Xiang did not have any extravagant hopes that his relationship with Shen Jinyi would develop into a bed. He only hoped that Shen Jinyi would see that he had treated her well before and that the two of them could exchange knowledge about soul. This woman, why does she have an inherited soul bestowment? Shen Xiang was very suspicious in his heart and could not help but ask, Jinyi, why is your inherited soul bestowment, but mine is a new soul bestowment? Who passed it on to you? It was passed down from my bloodline. Shen Jinyi said, I don't know who my parents are, nor do I know where I was born. Chapter 42:77. Jinyi, you. Shen Xiang took a deep breath and slowly retreated. Shen Jinyi's soft and smooth red hair was very eye-catching. Her eyes were dark red, and she couldn't help but take a few more glances. She found that her face had become a little thinner and a little longer, making her look even more charming. Originally, her face shape was cold and gorgeous, but now it was still cold and gorgeous. It was just that she looked cold and seductive. Shen Xiang also discovered that she had grown a lot taller, but the main thing was that her legs had grown longer. Furthermore, her ears had become slender and pointy, a bit like the elves. In short, she had become a lot more beautiful, a lot more charming, and her legs had become a lot longer. It was just the manifestation of the soul. Yet there was such a huge change. Shen Xiang was secretly envious, because after his soul appeared, he did not change much. Thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I would be able to reach this level. Shen Jinyi sneered and looked at Shen Xiang. Jinyi, what's wrong with you? Shen Xiang had already taken out his 6 realms mirrors. Nothing, I'm free from now on. I'm very happy. Shen Jinyi looked at the 6 realms mirrors in Shen Xiang's hands. She also knew that that thing was very strong. About this, can we exchange some knowledge about the soul? Shen Xiang asked. Humph. Shen Jinyi snorted. Shen Xiang, do you still want me to be the same as before? Stop dreaming. I don't have such thoughts right now, but I think that if we cooperate, it should be pretty good. Shen Xiang laughed. It's just learning from each other and exploring the mysterious soul. You can go. I don't want to see you again. Shen Jinyi pointed to the long passage. I hope you can keep some things about me a secret. Shen Xiang sighed. Humph. Shen Jinyi only snorted. Shen Xiang turned around and left, feeling very melancholic in his heart. He released his 6 realms mirrors and flew away. After Shen Xiang left, Shen Jinyi also followed him out of the cave. Looking at the stars in the sky, her red eyes flickered with a faint light. At this moment, her mood was also very low. She only felt that her emotions were very complicated. Just a lowly life form. What ancestral soul bestowment? That's just a legend. Only by inheriting the soul bestowment will there be a way out. Shen Jinyi looked at the red energy emitted from her hands and said, I am the high and mighty demon soul empress. I definitely cannot have feelings for lowly things. With that, she gave a loud shout, and the mountains within a radius of several hundred miles suddenly collapsed. Dark red energy suddenly overflowed from Shen Jinyi's back, and then turned into a pair of translucent blood-red wings, looking like the wings of an eagle. With a flap of her wings, she could actually fly. After flying into the air, she turned her head to look in the direction of the great Kuan sect. Shen Xiang's face appeared in her mind. Then she closed her eyes and tried her best to stop thinking about Shen Xiang. With a whoosh, her wings flapped rapidly. Moreover, The wings also produced airflow, allowing her to fly very quickly. She flew in the direction of the Azure Sea, not the Great Insect. She's going to the Azure Sea? Shen Xiang rode on the 6 realms mirrors and hid in the sky. Xin Jini did not notice her. She seems to be a holy sovereign, Shen Xiang exclaimed. What exactly happened to her? Shen Xiang only felt that it was strange, and then he controlled the 6 realms mirrors to carefully chase after him. Although Shen Jini's flying speed was very fast, it was not as fast as Shen Xiang's 6 realms mirrors, so Shen Xiang did not feel any pressure following behind. He followed Shen Jini and flew. At dawn, Shen Jini arrived outside the Azure Sea City. Shen Jini landed and walked into the Azure Sea City. Shen Xiang also quietly followed her in and discovered that Shen Jini was going to the Heavenless Divine Palace in the Azure Sea City. The Heavenless Divine Palace occupied a large area in the Azure Sea City, and in the middle was a tall palace. It was shining with golden light and was especially easy to recognize. As Shen Jini walked on the road, she did not hide her appearance at all. She had also changed into a set of black tight clothes and walked on the road with her slender legs. Everyone only felt that her figure was extremely fiery and her temperament was cold and charming. This was the first time they had seen such a beauty, and no one could tell how high her cultivation was. They simply did not know how terrifying her strength was. Shen Xiang could only faintly sense the aura on Shen Jini's body, and was unable to directly determine her cultivation level through her aura. However, she had previously collapsed a large number of gigantic mountains and erupted with a very strong power. It was at that time that Shen Xiang could tell that she was a holy sovereign. Chapter 4278. Shen Xiang returned to the Great Insect. Shen Xiang had already informed Du Hai that the Azure Pill building of the Xin family was going to move to this place. After he returned to the Sacred Dan Institute, he found out that the Great Clan Elder Xin Ziqing was waiting for him here. Great Clan Elder, what wind blew you here? I had some matters to attend to on the way, so I couldn't rush back. I've made you wait for a long time. When Shen Xiang saw the Great Clan Elder, he immediately went over to support him. Clan King, why didn't you tell us earlier that you had such amazing alchemy skills? If you lack heavenly jewels, just say it. You are the Clan King, so you have the right to take them from the Shen family. Although Shen Ziqing was wearing a mask, one could still tell from his tone that he was very happy. I'm sorry, because my heavenly jewels are all wasted. I can't use the Shen family's heavenly jewels. I can earn them myself. Shen Xiang scratched his head and laughed. Great Clan Elder, don't worry about my heavenly jewels. Right. Can you let me see your Saint King Yuandan? Shen Ziqing said anxiously, I came all the way here just to see the King-grade Saint King Yuandan. You couldn't have sold it, right? Of course not. Shen Xiang immediately took it out and opened it, then handed it over to the Great Clan Elder. Shen Ziqing looked at the 3 Saint King Yuandan and exclaimed repeatedly, These are the best quality Saint King Yuandan I have ever seen. Clan King, you are truly amazing, as expected of the son of the patriarch. Great Clan Elder, if the Shen family needs it, I'll give these 3 Saint King Yuandan to you. I'm now the Clan King, so I have to do something for the Shen family. Shen Xiang said, I'll use 100 billion to buy your 3 Saint King Yuandan. Shen Ziqing laughed. Clan King, our Shen family is not a poor beggar. We are still a large force in the sacred realm. We still have quite a lot of heavenly jewels. Is that so? Then, how many heavenly jewels does the Shen family have for me to squander? Shen Xiang laughed. I am a prodigal son. Right now, there are about 7 or 8 trillion heaven beads. The Shen family has huge expenses every day, but we also have an income. Shen Ziqing said. Shen Xiang now knew the background of such a superpower. He regretted asking the All Heavens Palace for so few heavenly jewels. He should have asked for more. Grand Elder, I was the one who decided to kill the Six Paths Holy Gate. It has nothing to do with Uncle Joie, so please don't blame him. Xin Xiang said. How can you blame him? I don't blame you. Well done. Shen Ziqing laughed and said, Do you know how happy we were when this news reached the Shen family? This is so satisfying. Ah, Xin Xiang was confused and asked, Could it be that the Shen clan didn't dare to fight against the Six Paths Saint Gate? Sigh, we really didn't dare in the past. Because we couldn't beat them, we all secretly opened the Azure Pill building. Shen Ziqing said, The number of experts in our Xin family is far less than the Six Paths Saint Gate. They have the advantage in numbers, so in facing them, we can only swallow our anger. Didn't many people from the Six Paths Saint Gate die in the Canglansi? Xin Xiang said. But they are, after all, the Six Paths Saint Gate. They have a very strong foundation. We can't beat them at all. Shen Ziqing shook his head. Behind the Six Paths Saint Gate are the six races of the life spirit realm. They really can't compare. Grand Elder, I encountered a strange thing earlier. It has something to do with spirit talent. Shen Xiang thought for a moment and decided to tell Shen Ziqing about Shenjini. Of course, Shen Xiang had a lot of things. He only said that after Shenjini's spirit talent appeared, she changed into a different person. After hearing Xin Xiang say that Shenjini's hair turned red, Shen Ziqing exclaimed, It's from the demon soul woman nation. What's the demon soul female country? Xin Xiang hurriedly asked. They are all very charming, and they have a head full of red hair and red eyes. Shen Ziqing said, Legend has it that there is a demon soul female country. They all have soul endowment, but for some reason, the demon soul female country disappeared without a trace. Ah, Xin Xiang recalled what Shenjini had said before. Her spirit talent came from her family. Shenjini was actually from that demoness soul nation. How strong is the demoness soul nation? Shen Xiang asked. I don't know. All I've heard are legends. At the beginning of the birth of the world-defying stage universe, the demon soul female country seemed to be the first batch of demon clanness to appear, and they were the most powerful. Shen Ziqing frowned. In short, there are very few records related to them. Could it be that they have all been persecuted? Shen Xiang thought of Shenjini's previous state. She seemed to have a deep hatred. When Shenjini went to destroy the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace, it was with great resentment. Clan King, if you meet that witch, it would be best for you to stay away from her, Shen Ziqing advised. Because the demon soul female country is very mysterious, we don't know much about them, so it's best to keep our distance. I understand. Shen Xiang nodded. If you need a female companion, then tell me. Shen Ziqing chuckled. I will immediately choose a batch to serve you. I guarantee that they will all be the best. Chapter 42-79. Shen Ziqing only wanted to quickly verify if Shen Xiang could really produce 4 pellets in one furnace. If all the holy pellets could produce 4 pellets, then his heart would ache so much that it would bleed. Because over the years they had collected many expensive herbs, and when they refined the saint pills, they could only refine 1 saint pill at a time. Sometimes the quality was unstable and even failed. Thinking of this, Shen Ziqing's heart ached, but he also felt very excited. If Shen Xiang could refine 4 saint pills in one furnace, then the overall strength of the Shen family would increase by a lot. For example, if Shen Xiang could refine 4 Saint King Yuan pills, it meant that 4 Saint Kings would be born. If he could find 5 sets of herbs in a year, that would mean 20 Saint Kings. Shen Xiang wanted to say something, but Shen Xiang had already left, so Shen Xiang did not chase after him. He took out the communication talisman and contacted Shenjini. Jini, I am Shen Xiang. Are you from the monster soul woman country? If you encounter any trouble or need any help, please contact me. I will do my best to help you. After Shen Xiang sent the message, he did not expect Shenjini to reply. He could already feel that Shen Jini seemed to want to completely cut off contact with him. What he did not expect was that Shen Jini would reply so quickly. I won't ask for your help. You said this to me because you want to pursue me and sleep with me. Shen Jini's mocking voice came. Do you regret not sleeping with me before? Of course not. I helped you to maintain a friendly relationship with you, and then we can explore each other's soul talent. Xinxiang said, if I really wanted to sleep with you, I would have done it long ago. Humph. Jini snorted. Jini, what happened to your monster soul woman country? Xinxiang said, I am now the Shen family's king. Maybe we can cooperate. Shen family? Don't joke around. Your Shen clan has been crippled a long time ago. All of you were struck by the curse of Heaven's End. Then you were hammered by the 6 Paths sacred gate for many years. In the end, you could only hide like a turtle. Shan Jini said, you do have some ability as the clan king, but you can't change the fate of the Shen family. Ah, do you know so much about the Shen family? Shenxiang said in surprise, because even he did not know that the curse was called the Curse of Heaven Extinction. Of course, our demon soul lady country, Shen family, Heavenly Mother Sacred Palace, and 6 Paths Holy Gate were once the 4 holy sects of the Holy Realm. In the end, only the 6 Paths Holy Gate and Heavenly Mother Sacred Palace remained. Shan Jini said, our demon soul lady country and Shen family were cursed. Between the Shen family and the demon soul woman kingdom, who is worse off? Xinxiang asked. Your Shen family is even worse. Although the demon soul woman country is cursed, this curse only restricts us to the demon soul star field. I can't leave the demon soul star field. Shen Jini said, I came to the demon soul star field through reincarnation. Jini, we can really cooperate. Xinxiang said, no. Shenxiang, I'm warning you. Don't have any more hope for me. Shen Jini said, do you know who I am? I'm not your Shen Jini, nor am I your slave. Don't dream about going back to the past. Who are you? Shenxiang realized that Shen Jini's identity was not simple. I am the Demon Soul Empress. Shan Jini said, I have my mission. I have to help the Demon Soul Lady. The important task of escaping the country, because there are 3 huge stars in the middle of the Demon Soul star field that are about to explode. If we can't leave, everything in the star field will be destroyed. You are the Demon Soul Empress. I am the Shen family's king. Then we are quite compatible. Xinxiang laughed. You are the king. I am the emperor. I am 1 level higher than you. How are we compatible? Shen Jini said in disdain. Jini, others might not know, but you definitely know my alchemy skills very well. Shanxiang said again, and my ability to duplicate medicinal ingredients. This is my secret. You also saw it. You should know what my abilities mean, right? Isn't it enough to be your partner? Shen Jini was silent. Yes, Xinxiang's abilities were too heaven-defying, especially Xinxiang's alchemy skills. It was simply beyond Shen Jini's understanding. If the Demon Soul Lady country were to rush out of the Demon Soul star field, they would definitely need to develop. The resources of the Demon Soul star field were already exhausted, which was why the 3 stars were heading towards death. At that time, he would definitely need a large number of pills to break through his strength. Shenxiang had such heaven-defying alchemy skills, as well as the ability to duplicate medicinal ingredients. Furthermore, he was very generous. He was indeed a very good partner. I can try to cooperate with you. However, you must promise me something. Shen Jini said. Speak, Xinxiang asked. As long as it's not too much, I will definitely agree to it. You must promise that you won't have any thoughts of sleeping with me, and you can't continue to pursue me. Shan Jini said. In short, you have to keep your distance from me. Chapter 4280. Shenxiang never thought that he would have such an unexpected gain from contacting Shen Jini this time. This demon soul empress and Mistress Tianmu actually had such a huge grudge. For a moment, the flames of gossip in Xin Xiang's heart ignited. He wanted to know what had happened between the two of them. Jinny, I've known her for a long time, and our relationship is quite good, Xin Xiang said, deliberately provoking Xin Jinny. I don't care. In short, after you kiss me, you can't kiss her anymore. Xin Jinny's sharp voice came from the communication talisman. Even if I kiss her, you can't know. Xin Xiang said with a smile. If you dare to kiss her, then we won't cooperate. Xin Jinny threatened. Xin Xiang, come see me immediately and sign a soul contract with me. Do you think a soul contract can bind the two of us? Xin Xiang said. You bastard, are you interested in her? Xin Jinny was very angry. She could not accept that Shan Xiang and Mistress Tianmu were together. At this moment, she looked flustered and exasperated. You already knew that I was a bad man. Mistress Tianmu is high and mighty, has a good figure, is good-looking, and is gentle. Isn't it normal for a bad man like me to be interested in her? Xin Xiang chuckled. It's true that you're a scumbag, but do you really have to get a woman like Mistress Tianmu? What woman do you want? I'll help you find one, as long as you promise not to chase after her. Xin Jinny said again. I want a woman like you. Xin Xiang laughed. Can you help me find someone like you? Humph. Hearing Xin Xiang's witty words, Xin Jinny wanted to pinch him to death. Jinny, she is the mistress of Tianmu Temple. As long as I take her down, she will be my capable assistant. Xin Xiang laughed. Anyway, I won't lose outright. Go to hell, you damn scumbag. Don't come looking for me again. Xin Jinny was very angry and shouted. I originally wanted to cooperate with you and discuss the duplication of soul, but now you can forget about it. Ah, what is soul endowment duplication? Shen Xiang was very interested and asked quickly. Shen Jinny saw that Shen Xiang's curiosity had been piqued, and she was secretly delighted, as if she had gained the upper hand. It means to replicate the same spirit endowment. Do you know what spirit endowment mine is? This? How can I replicate the soul endowment? Shen Xiang asked. Oh, right, what kind of soul endowment is that? I'm not telling you, unless you sever all ties with Empress Tianmu. Stop contacting her. Shen Jinny said, as long as you agree to my conditions, I will cooperate with you in the field of soul bestowment knowledge. How deep? Xin Xiang asked with a smile. Little rascal, what are you thinking about? Shen Jinny was very angry. They were clearly talking about such a serious matter. But Shen Xiang was always talking about this kind of thing with a mischievous smile. She suddenly flew into a rage and said, Perverted coward, you took me as a slave for so long, but you only touched my face and my hand. Coward! After scolding Xin Xiang, Shen Jinny felt a lot more comfortable. I gave you so many chances, but you didn't cherish them. Who can you blame? Shen Jinny continued to scold. That's because you didn't interest me in the past. Now it's different. You've become the Demon Soul Empress, and you've become so charming. Xin Xiang sighed. You were too ordinary before, so I didn't want to touch you. Cheap. You don't want what you can easily get, and you have to wait until it's hard to get before you start cherishing it. A man like you is really cheap and vulgar. Xin Jinny only wanted to curse Xin Xiang continuously. Empress Tianmu is still the best. I miss her gentleness so much. Goodbye. I'll look for her now and go to the Azure Sea with her. Xin Xiang said, Wait, don't go looking for her. Shan Jinny gritted her teeth and said, At most, I'll just let you touch my thigh. Xin Xiang only wanted to laugh. Just how much did this Xin Jinny hate Empress Tianmu? You have to at least reveal some important information related to the soul gift to me, right? Xin Xiang said, What if you lie to me? I will lose the gentleness of Big Sister Asgard. I will suffer a huge loss. Fuck your gentleness, Shan Zhenyi scolded. All right, I can help you awaken the twin soul gift of the Holy Son of all heavens, and I also have a way to copy my soul gift for you. The prerequisite is that you have to listen to me and cut off all contact with Empress Tianmu. Xinxiang's eyes lit up. If this was true, then he would be able to obtain Shan Zhenyi's soul gift. She was the demon soul empress, and Xinxiang did not expect to obtain her soul gift before, but it was different now. She could copy it for Xinxiang. Furthermore, this demon soul empress's soul gift was definitely not simple. All right, I promise you. From now on, I will cut off all contact with Empress Tianmu. Xinxiang also agreed. Then come over immediately. Don't go looking for Empress Tianmu. Shan Zhenyi said, You chose me. Chapter 4281. Xinxiang was deliberately teasing the Heavenly Mother Palace mistress, and at the same time, testing her. He did not expect her reaction to be similar to Shan Zhenyi's. Big sister Asgard mistress, to be honest, my relationship with her is pretty good. I feel like I will be able to catch up to her very soon. Xinxiang laughed. If you want to stop me, it will be very difficult. Even if you are willing to catch up to me, you can't stop me. Young Master Shin, you can't do this. There will be no good results if you are together. Oh, right. How do you know her? She shouldn't be able to appear in the absolute monarch sanctuary. The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace said. Hearing her say that, Xinxiang knew that she knew a lot about what happened back then. However, when Xinxiang asked her about the Shin family before, she said that she didn't know much. It seemed that the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace was indeed hiding some things, but he didn't know why. Why is there no good result? Then do you and I have a good ending? Xinxiang was still smiling mischievously. The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace was about to die from anxiety as she stomped her feet. Young Master Shin, you must listen to me. Do not come into contact with her, the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace said. She is a very dangerous woman. You must listen to my advice. Why? Xinxiang curled his lips and said, I feel that I should be more intimate with her. At least she doesn't wear a mask all day like you. And she even promised to rub my thigh. You said that you knew me before, but you didn't tell me how you met me. You're not sincere at all. Xinxiang also planned to use this opportunity to see if he could ask who the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace was. Young Master Shen, I can't tell you who I am, because I can't have too deep of a relationship with you right now. Once you know who I am, we might have a relationship. This is not good for you and me. The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace sighed. This is true. I am not lying to you. When the time is right, I will definitely let you know who I am. Previously, Shan Zhenyi seemed to have said that it was dangerous to be with the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace, and it was even a bad thing for her. Xinxiang immediately thought of something. The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace might have been cursed as well. But why didn't Shan Zhenyi say so? Sister Asgard mistress, tell me why I can't be together with the Demon Soul Empress. Just be straightforward. Xinxiang said. She is a cursed woman. You definitely won't have a good ending with her. Although I don't know how she came out of the demon spirit star field. She must be carrying a curse. Empress Tianmu said. I am also cursed. I am not afraid. Xinxiang had been cursed by the Forgetting Origin curse. Her curse is different, Empress Tianmu said. It will affect the people around her. Are you cursed as well? Xinxiang asked. No, my situation is different. Empress Tianmu sighed. Young Master Shin, just listen to my advice. Don't develop any feelings for her. It's best to cut off all contact with her immediately. All right, but she is really too beautiful. I like her very much. Xinxiang pretended to be very sad and sighed. The 100 flower girls from the world-defying stage are all so beautiful. Why do you have to pursue her? Empress Tianmu snorted softly. Big sister Asgard mistress, I am also pursuing you, Xinxiang said. I am not only pursuing the demon soul empress. You. Empress Tianmu was completely speechless. She snorted and said, I must advise my Empress Tianmu's girl not to get close to a scumbag like you. All right, I was just joking. I, Xinxiang, am a peerless good man. I have never let down any girl I like. Big sister, Asgard mistress, I will not let you down. Don't be angry. La. Xinxiang happily said with a smile. Goodbye. Empress Tianmu was so angry that she immediately cut off the communication talisman. Xinxiang kept the communication talisman and laid on top of the 6 realms mirrors, looking at the blue sky. He was really looking forward to seeing Xinjini. As long as he saw her, he would be able to understand the situation of the Empress Tianmu. Furthermore, he might even be able to tease Xinjini at that time. If Empress Tianmu knew that Xinxiang had just promised not to see the Demon Soul Empress and was already on his way, she would definitely be angry. Jinni, where are you? I should be able to meet you soon, Xinxiang said. My flying treasure is very fast. Xinxiang, the Kanglan Sea is different from the land. The most dangerous part of the Saint Profound Star is the Kanglan Sea. The most powerful creatures and all kinds of powerful things are in this ocean. Xinjini said, I'm not afraid. Quickly tell me, how can I see you quickly? Xinxiang asked. After that, Xinjini told Xinxiang a location and that she had to wait for the starry sky to appear at night. Chapter 4282. Xinxiang is not scared but shocked. The vermilion bird, Tender Thread, was once in the hands of the Demon Soul Empress, and now it is on this island? Xinxiang came to the sacred domain to look for the vermilion bird, Tender Thread, but he has no clue. Now that he heard Xinjini, he finally knows how to find it. The problem now is, how can he get the vermilion bird, Tender Thread, from Xinjini? The Demon Soul Empress will definitely not give it up so easily. Jinni, when did you get the vermilion bird, Tender Thread? Xinxiang asked. I don't remember. In short, I got it by chance. At that time, I was still in the Demon Soul Star field. The vermilion bird, Tender Thread, flew in by itself. Xinjini said, in short, it belongs to me now. It is my divine weapon. Wasn't the Demon Soul Star field sealed because of the curse? Why can the vermilion bird, Tender Thread, come out? Xinxiang asked again. Because this is a divine weapon, not a member of the Demon Soul Empress country, nor is it a living creature. Xinjini said, Xinxiang, you and I are now on the same boat. Don't go around saying that the vermilion bird, Tender Thread, is in my hands. I definitely won't say. Xinxiang obviously won't, but he's thinking about how to make Xinjini give the vermilion bird, Tender Thread, to him. Now only you and my friend know that I have the vermilion bird, Tender Thread. My friend won't say anything. If this matter is spread out, it must be you. Xinjini snorted and warned, if you dare to say it, then I will also tell your secret. I definitely won't say it. Oh, right, is your friend reliable? What kind of friend is she? She is actually willing to help you hide the vermilion bird, Tender Thread, here. Moreover, she didn't want to steal your vermilion bird, Tender Thread. Xinxiang asked. She is my good friend. Do you think everyone is as despicable as you? Xinjini said somewhat angrily. You are not allowed to doubt my good friend. Wait, who is the despicable one? You betrayed Jinjin before. Xinxiang sneered. You were also very dirty before. I was doing it for survival. At first, I only hoped that Jinjin could cooperate with me. Besides, I was not myself at that time. I had not awakened the Demon Soul Empress's memories. I grew up in an environment like the Heavenless Divine Palace, so it's impossible for me to be an honest person. Otherwise, who knows how many times I would have died. Xinjini said, is your friend in the sacred domain? Is it a man or a woman? Xinxiang really wanted to know, to be able to hide the vermilion bird, Tender Thread. It was definitely not ordinary. One had to know that very few people were acknowledged by the vermilion bird tenderness thread. The demon soul empress was one of them, and her friend was actually able to obtain the tenderness thread's acknowledgement. What? Are you jealous? Shen Zhenyi smiled and said, let me tell you, she is a woman. She is Zhenyi. Zhenyi said, not human? Xinxiang was surprised. Is it a beast? Yes, it's the same as Jinjin. Shen Zhenyi said, regretfully, if I had awakened the demon soul empress's memories back then, I wouldn't have treated Jinjin like that. Being friends with a divine beast was a very rare thing to begin with. It's just that I was still a human at that time, so I really wanted to control Jinjin and make her my beast pet. I'm also a human. I've never thought of controlling Jinjin. Xinxiang curled his lips. Humph. Her heart already belongs to you. Shan Zhenyi said disdainfully. Shui should be this white dragon, and she seems to be interested in you. I really don't understand. What part of you is attractive? Let's talk about your friend. Xinxiang said, what kind of divine beast is she? Phoenix. Shan Zhenyi said, a very rare phoenix, even rarer than a dragon. It's just that I can't contact her right now. Phoenix? Xinxiang immediately thought of Feng Ruxue. This snow phoenix, could it be Feng Ruxue? What? You've never heard of the phoenix divine bird? Shan Zhenyi said, like the vermilion bird, it's also a divine bird. She has a name, right? What's her name? Xinxiang immediately asked, maybe I know her? How could you possibly know a phoenix? Shan Zhenyi said, phoenixes are so noble and rare, it's impossible for you to know them. Is she called Feng Ruxue? Xinxiang asked. Ah, you know Feng Ruxue? Shan Zhenyi was very shocked. Did Ruxue help you hide the Sazaka silk here? Xinxiang asked. Ruxue and I are very familiar with each other. Very familiar? To what extent? Shan Zhenyi had a bad premonition when he thought that Xinxiang was a playboy. We've already kissed. What do you think? Xinxiang sighed. I didn't expect it to be hidden by Ruxue, but she doesn't seem to have told me about the Suzaku silk. You damn guy, you harmed my Ruxue. Shan Zhenyi clenched her teeth in anger. Her angry curses could be heard from the communication talisman. I didn't harm her. She and I love each other, Xinxiang said helplessly. Chapter 40-83. Xinxiang still wanted to ask why he had to be fast, but in the blink of an eye, he knew why he had to be fast. Because the shore of the lake was suddenly filled with a scarlet mist, and the lake water began to surge fiercely. Walala! One by one, huge and terrifying red monsters flew out from the lake. Xinxiang also saw a figure with a pair of red, translucent wings on his back, quickly flying into the air. The person who flew out was Shen Zhenyi. Xinxiang immediately controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly over, and at the same time made the 6 realms mirrors bigger so that Shen Zhenyi could land. Zhenyi, I'm here! Xinxiang shouted. After Shen Zhenyi discovered Xinxiang, he quickly flew past Xinxiang's side and landed on top of the 6 realms mirrors. Just as the 6 realms mirrors caught Shen Zhenyi, it heard a sharp cry. It was actually a huge red bat, and its body was burning with flames, flying over at lightning speed. Run! Shen Zhenyi cried out in alarm. Xinxiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to move quickly, avoiding the sound wave like flames that came out of the bat's mouth. The sound of the giant red bat was extremely unpleasant to hear, but fortunately, the 6 realms mirrors barrier had the ability to isolate the sound. This guy is so fast. Xinxiang's 6 realms mirrors was already flying very fast, but the giant red bat was still able to catch up. We can get rid of this thing by flying out of the Scarlet Demon Island. Shen Zhenyi said, these Scarlet Demon monsters cannot leave the Scarlet Demon Island. Not long after, Xinxiang flew out of the Scarlet Demon Island and floated in the air. Shen Zhenyi also heaved a sigh of relief. If it was her flying speed, she would not have been able to get rid of the giant red bat just now. What a dangerous place! Shan Xiang thought back to those huge scarlet monsters and felt a little afraid. If he could not fly, it would have been very difficult to advance into the Scarlet Demon Island. I did it all to send you a signal. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such a big commotion. Xin Zhenyi snorted. Shen Xiang looked at the red-haired, red-eyed, seductive demon soul empress and chuckled. You look red too. You can't be a scarlet demon too, right? If I was a scarlet demon, I would definitely eat you alive. Shen Zhenyi scoffed. You little scoundrel, to make such a big commotion in the Scarlet Demon Island. It will be even harder for me to find a Suzaku to blame. Where is the vermilion bird, tender, thread, located on the Scarlet Devil Island? We fly over and then carefully land and take it out. Isn't that all right? Xin Xiang said, What's so difficult about this? You can fly too. You're not stupid. Why didn't you think of this method? The problem is I have no idea where the vermilion bird tenderness thread is hidden on the Crimson Devil Island. Shen Zhenyi said. Shui Ying only said that it was hidden in the Saint Profound Star Azure Waves Seas, Scarlet Demon Island, and that it was very safe. Who would have known that the Scarlet Demon Island is so big and the situation here is like this? Shui Ying is really something. But since she hid the tender thread here, she must have a way to obtain it, right? Didn't she tell you how to obtain the Suzaku tender thread? Shen Xiang doubtfully said. Shui Ying is not a brainless person. Little scoundrel, how did you trick Shui Ying and Ru Shui? They are my good sisters. They have all fallen into your evil claws. Shen Zhenyi's face is filled with grief and indignation as she poked Xin Xiang's chest with her finger. I didn't trick them. It's all fate. Xin Xiang spread out his hands and said, When the time comes for you and me, you will understand. Bah, it's impossible for us to have any fate. Shen Zhenyi curled her lips and said, I warned you before that you can't have any thoughts of chasing me. Have you forgotten so quickly? Let's not talk about this anymore. Did Shui Ying tell you how to obtain the Suzaku tender thread? Shen Xiang asked. Since she is your good sister, she definitely won't cause you to come to the Scarlet Demon Island and risk your life. Shen Zhenyi bit her lips, as if she found it difficult to speak. Hurry up and say it. Don't you want the Suzaku tender thread? Xin Xiang knew that Shen Zhenyi must be hiding something. He quickly shrank back and said with a face full of fear, Don't tell me you have to sacrifice something. Shui Ying said that she wanted me to find the Tianmu Palace mistress. With her help, I would be able to obtain the vermilion bird string. Shen Zhenyi said, But you know that I can't go find her. So that's how it is. Xin Xiang laughed. If you can't go find her, then I'll go find her for you. She's very good to me. She'll definitely help me. You're not allowed to go. Even if I don't want the Suzaku tender thread, I won't go find her for help. Shen Zhenyi immediately pinched Xin Xiang's handsome face and said, Little scoundrel, listen to me. Don't mention her in front of me. I don't want to hear about you and her. Chapter 4284. Xin Xiang was a little confused. The reason why the Demon Soul Nation was cursed was because of the mission of the Ancestor God. After you accepted the mission of the Ancestor God, you were cursed. Shen Xiang asked, Did the world-defying stage Ancestor God implicate you? Of course not. Back then, the world-defying stage Ancestor God was still very powerful and could fight against the trash of the Six Paths Sacred Gates. But he was defeated and his whereabouts are still unknown. As for the forces that once followed him, they were all dealt with by the Six Paths Sacred Gates. Shan Zhenyi said, Because the Demon Soul Nation is in the Demon Soul Star Field, it is very difficult for them to attack, so they cursed us. Does the Six Paths Sacred Gates know that you accepted the mission of the Ancestor God? Xin Xiang asked. Of course I know. Our Demon Soul Nation also had a traitor. Shan Zhenyi was still brooding over this matter. When he thought back to it, his eyes were filled with hatred. Did the world-defying sage, ancestor god, ever tell you what is hidden under the Zhanglan Sea? Shen Xiang really couldn't understand what could cause the world-defying stage universe to fall into eternal damnation. The world-defying stage ancestor god that Shanjini was talking about was obviously the Tao creation divine lord. Of course, the real world-defying stage ancestor god was actually Xinxiang. However, for many years, the Tao creation divine lord had been doing things outside in the name of the world-defying stage ancestor god, mainly to fight against the six paths sacred gates under the life spirit six clans. No, Shenjini shook his head. But no matter what, I must stop it. I must not let the six paths sacred gates obtain it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shen Xiang had also heard his father mention before that there was a remnant soul of a slaughtering scarlet dragon soul under the Zhanglan Sea. And then there was another thing. His father did not know what it was, but he knew that the six paths sacred gates had invested a lot in it. Xinxiang, can you find the Suzaku thread or not? Have you started looking? What is your train of thought for the Suzaku thread? Shen Jini asked. Shanxiang was currently only controlling the six realms mirrors and flew around the Scarlet Demon Island. He had yet to meet any flying scarlet demon beasts, for example, the giant red bat from before, who knows where it went. I'm using this thing to sense. Xinxiang patted the six realms mirrors they were riding and said, if everything goes smoothly, we will be able to find the Suzaku silk very soon. After all, little sister Xiaojing was once the tool spirit of the four symbols, divine weapons. Even though the vermilion bird, tenderness thread had already left her and nurtured its own tool spirit, she still had a special connection with the four symbols, divine weapons. The four symbols' divine weapons had their own souls, so they would also recognize her. This was the special relationship between her and the four symbols' divine weapons. Actually, the Suzaku silk was given to me by the world-defying stage ancestral god. Shinjini suddenly said, I didn't tell you before because I was afraid that you would spread the news. What are you talking about? Xinxiang was confused. The Suzaku silk, one of the four symbols' divine weapons, was originally sealed, but it is in my hands, and was even given to me by the world-defying stage ancestral god. If this matter were to spread, it would cause a huge uproar. Shanjini said, the world-defying stage ancestral god will definitely be insulted by many people because of this. In that case, the reason why the four symbols' divine weapons became a peerless weapon that everyone talked about was because the Six Realms Sacred School had been secretly spreading rumors about it. Xinxiang said, of course not, because the four symbols' divine weapons had indeed slaughtered many living beings. That was why they gradually turned evil and were sealed. Shanjini said, but I suspect that the four symbols' divine weapons had come into contact with some kind of energy, which is why they became like that. You came into contact with the Suzaku silk. What happened after that? Xinxiang said, is it filled with evil energy? No, the Suzaku silk I obtained has already been purified. Shanjini shook her head. I guess that the terrifying thing under the azure sea might be the culprit behind the contamination of the four symbols' divine weapons. Xinxiang also remembered the divine mirror of six paths. After he regained the divine mirror of six paths, the small mirror little sister had already turned evil. Could it be that the six realms mirrors had once been to the azure sea? It's just that little sister Xiaojing has lost this memory. Little sister Xiaojing has lost a lot of memories. For example, she once left the world-defying stage and lost all memories of the battle outside the sky. Now, she only has a vague impression, as if she had a similar dream. Big brother, I can sense it. Little sister Xiaojing suddenly sent a sound transmission to Xinxiang. I will now control the six realms mirrors to stop on the Suzaku silk. Is it really the Suzaku silk? Xinxiang was pleasantly surprised. Of course it is, but the aura is too weak. I don't know the reason. No matter, in short, it must be the aura of the Sazaka silk. It was not easy for me to sense it. Little sister Xiaojing is also very happy and happily laughed. Great! I finally found the Sazaka silk! The 6 realms mirrors stopped above a forest, and after becoming invisible, it slowly descended. Did you find it? Shen Zhenyi did not dare to breathe, and secretly sent a sound transmission to Xinxiang. Yes, it's down there. Xinxiang said, There shouldn't be any danger here, right? How could there not be? The Scarlet Demon Island is filled with danger. When Shen Zhenyi heard Xinxiang speak, he immediately covered his mouth with his hand. After the 6 realms mirrors slowly descended, it passed through the dense canopy and saw many huge ancient trees. Each of the giant trees was very thick and tall, and the trunks were like giant pillars that supported the sky.